Greetings, and welcome to another GatherVerse Summit, Youth Summit, Day 4, Week 2. Our first time ever doing this. A precedent that's been set. We continue to grow, ascend, scale. This is our 31st Global Summit. The first time we're going into 2 weeks. We're happy to have all of you that have come to join us at GatherVerse.live and various social streams that we're broadcasting out to today. We do this as an initiative, as more than an incentive, but as a necessity. With our dedication and our commitment to be able to meet the world at the intersection of emerging technologies and humanity. If you take just a pause in your life for a moment and see the world that's happening around you, there's wonderful things, terrific things, heinous things, things of concern. There's a consideration of safeguarding AI today for our use tomorrow. There's a consideration of ethical governance structures, safety, and trust when it comes to our modern day innovations. There's the idea and the reality that technology has, in many ways, become more advanced than the very technologists that have made it. Not completely, but in many respects, it has. Analysts in policy and those of legislation are having a difficult time keeping up with the vast amounts of the different types of models that are deploying in this world. The world has seemingly become too busy, hyper-accelerated itself, to sometime take a pause and to care. This is that pause. This is that time. This is that moment, a small moment etched in time. And we only have a little bit of time to do this. But it's not for specifically and directly ourselves. Yes, we will benefit. But more so, what will our youth do with the innovations that we make today that they will undoubtedly inherit tomorrow? There's never been more of an important time to be able to assemble for our generations to arrive. We love innovation and technology here at GatherVerse, the exploration of applied sciences. But what we care just as much is about the safety of these scientists. And somehow in this world, it's implied that you cannot innovate and be safe and move fast at the same time. This is a myth, encircled in an couched of delusion. I believe the best way to accelerate and innovate is safely. Privacy considerations, accessibility and education, equality, community development, ethics, care, compassion. These things must mean something more than just words that we post on a LinkedIn. At some point, and I think it's rather evident, if we don't address these things will come to address us. And why do I say it just like that? Because what we're innovating can now look at us, speak to us, have conversations with us, have intimate understanding of us, our dispositions, and can communicate and do things, some things, better than what we can do. And these are only just machines that we're communicating with at desktop, tablet, laptops, HMDs, and glasses. Soon, there'll be in anatomical structures with the robotic workforce, such as Atlas, Optimus, and more that's on its way. Within the next 24 to 36 months, the world that we know it of innovation will completely change in scale. By this time next year, AI that we know will be altogether different. And before this year's done, there's going to be a dramatic change when it comes to what we know as the coming wave. This is that moment. In some ways, my goodness, what have we done with the time that's been given? We have an exceptional roundtable that we're about to meet, about to align with, and about to join together to explore these topics and more at GatherVerse Youth Summit, Day 4, 2025, Week 2. First, a few words from our sponsors, and may our gather be well.
Hi, my name is Nina Herscher, and I'm delighted to invite you to the Digital Wellness Day Summit on May 2nd, 2025. Annual Digital Wellness Day has reached over 17 million people in 64 countries to date, and last year the U.S. Surgeon General even chimed into the conversation on Twitter. Each year, this global movement grows and grows, and we're delighted to have partnered with GatherVerse as our broadcast sponsor this year to help reach new and different people. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us, and make sure that we're leveraging it for its highest and most connective good. This summit will feature a panel on workplace wellness, on youth mental health, and on AI and productivity as it relates to digital flourishing. We really hope that you can tune in and join us or post on Digital Wellness Day about what tech-life balance means to you. You can register for the summit at digitalwellnessday.com under the Participate tab. We hope to see you there.
And welcome to GatherVerse Youth Summit Day 4, Week 2, our first roundtable discussion and exploration titled Safeguarding AI Today for Our Youth Tomorrow. We've assembled world experts in their designated locations with the real hope and the understanding that in the work that they are doing and administering in their lives, that they can bring some sense of identity more to what we're looking at, this great abstraction of deployment called artificial intelligence, and to help us to be able to better understand exactly where we're at so that we can have a clear and present path on how we're addressing our youth and the baton that we're handing today for tomorrow. Roundtable panelists, I'd like for you to go around and introduce yourself briefly in 30 seconds or less and explore and explain to us who you are and why you've decided to arrive to this roundtable today. We're delighted to have each of you. We'll begin with Soleil, and I hope that I'm pronouncing your name right. Your mic, please. Still off?
Good, right? So I am in Istanbul, Turkey. Actually, I am the only and the first AI writer in Turkey. Having been the first one, I can say I managed a lot of things, including speaking at a panel at the United Nations. So, but within 9 years, it's my 9th year, proudly. So I came to a point where I find myself in why we need to speak about responsible AI and ethics. Because as an observer and a writer, I can see clearly that the downsides of the issue, this general purpose large language models offer a lot of downsides, especially for children. Why? Because they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're dealing about. And the first time in the history, we share the same technology and the same risks, right?
Sure.
So, having been achieved, the technology doesn't mean that it's very innocent, right?
Sure.
So the technology needs to be.
Soleil, let's hold on for that moment. It was just a 30 seconds brief. We'll have time to address this and more, maybe to the point of exhaustion. We're happy to have you here. We'll move on to Brandon, please.
Hello to all. Thank you, Christopher. My name's Brandon Zehov. I founded an organization called Rudy AI. It stands for Responsible Use of Digital Intelligence. And our mission has been the exploration of how to engage with these generative AI tools and AI systems in a responsible way, being able to see what the use cases are. And so we spent a lot of time in interviews using and understanding how these tools are being deployed. And as we probably all know, one of the fastest growing groups are people under 25, and many of those are students. And so this is going to have a major impact on our youth. So I'm happy to have a discussion about how we prepare for that.
Brandon, we welcome you and thank you so much. Medea, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Medea Mirza and I'm an artificial intelligence engineer at Alvanac. I'm based in Chicago and I'm very excited to be a part of this roundtable panel discussion for the GatherVerse Youth Summit because it is a space where brilliant minds come together to share our collective experiences so we can use technology to unlock new possibilities and build an inclusive, ethical future for youth all around the world. So thank you, Christopher, for bringing all of us together.
Thank you for that intro, and we're so happy to have you. And welcome back, both Brandon and Medea. And Russell, please.
Hello, good to see you again, Christopher.
Happy to see you as well.
So my name is Russell Bundy. I am the co-founder and chief visionary officer at JustVerify. We're building the trust layer for AI and also building the infrastructure. And our mission is to basically verify the trustworthiness, and also like the adoption of AI systems within AI. So happy to be here, and also I am the director of partnerships at GatherVerse too. So that's pretty much it for me.
Excellent, Russell, and thank you. We're so happy to have you here, especially one of the ones that are chopping wood behind the scenes. This team does extraordinary work, and we're happy to be able to work together and with each of them leading. Panelists, we're going to address a number of questions, not just the one that are on the board, if you will, but we'll dance around. We'll go round robin. We're going to go into a deep exploration, given the intimacy and the capacity of this particular subject matter, and with the type of firepower that I know each of you to bring, with each of your, in respects to your understanding. Audience at GatherVerse.live and elsewhere on our social streams, please prepare to be able to explore with us. It's a tradition, if you will, or of a custom way for us to be able to go on script and off script. It's something that we enjoy. But let's prepare to begin. Let's lean into this. Brandon, I'll begin with you, and we'll be jumping around, and Saleem and Dia and Russell prepare for next. That we talk about safety. There seems to be, in a lot of ways, this misunderstanding of what we talk about when it's safety. Some would say alignment with how is AI aligning when it comes to human values, but whose values, if you will, and that's a risk and concern. We talk about the massive deployment of hyperscaling and not being able to understand by way of mechanistic interpretability or interpretability itself, and understanding how these neural networks are processing and working at render, if you will. And we start to think about a number of different things when it comes to safety and accessibility, when it comes to character AI. And is this dialogue helpful for my young person to be able to have this exchange when it comes to these models? There's a number of different lens and narrative of safety. There's a ubiquity to it, isn't it? Brandon, from your lens, what is AI safety?
I think it's probably going to be a few different prongs, and I'll preface it by sometimes I wake up, I think about these kind of summits and youth, and I say, man, God help us all, because I don't particularly have the clear-cut answer as to what safety is going to look like, because on one hand, I think that there's a real environmental threat that exists with the development of AI. I think that there is a psychological threat with the development of AI. And so it taps into what I believe our superpower is of language and how we communicate. And we've seen historically the weaponization of language. And so it's a loaded question for me when I think about safety. And if I had a magic wand, I would say that we still should be testing this in the back channels of computer science labs, but I don't have that wand. It's exposed to the public, and we'll be using it. And so I can say that I think we're going to have to explore some of these esoteric, very philosophical human values that have to exist. We're going to have to look at I am thy brother's keeper kind of things, right? Like, and I'm freestyling a little bit, because I don't think there's a clear answer as to the obvious of, hey, we don't want bots telling humans to harm themselves or causing harm to others, right? But I think there's also some, dealing with a very depressive society, or dealing with people who have accessibility to it. There's so many different angles. So I know that's a long way of saying nothing really, but just I don't know. I guess it's the short answer. I'm trying to understand and figure that out with you guys today, and so that's my entry point.
I think that's a wonderful and terrific answer that we're able to answer with a sense of vulnerability and exploration. That's precisely exactly why we're here. I admire that from technologists and those that do the work and understand the ubiquity and how vast this ecosystem is, Medea. When we start looking at this consideration of safety, it seems to me what I picked out, and some of the things that I have appreciated what Brandon is talking about, is there's not necessarily colloquialism when it comes to safety and the naming convention and the definition therein. And we start to think about the need and the persistent need for a global cloud consensus for us to be able to distill down all of these different types of frameworks that exist out there, if you will, and to be able to have a much better sense, especially since the articulation or the particular definition of artificial intelligence at the bar has moved for each and every one of us. And the type of AI that we're dealing with today and that we're soon to be met with on the shores, if you will, it's not the AI that was depicted in novel. Perhaps in a Roddenberry magazine or excuse me, a film or a series of Star Trekian, if you will. But when it comes to what it is that we expected to be met with, that in a lot of ways, Mr. Turing, have changed. So, Medea, from your lens of perspective, as someone that's an engineer that's building these models, like so many people, what is AI safety and the importance therein for you?
Yes. So AI safety, from based on like what I have experienced while building these models and based on what I've read, based on what I've heard in the news, AI safety is that as AI systems are becoming more advanced and more intelligent every second, it's just amazing to see how technology is advancing at such a rapid pace that every day, actually every like minute, there are new technologies just coming up, and it's sometimes it's just you have to like increase your pace to keep up with what's happening. So AI safety, based on my experience, is making sure that AI systems are safe for everyone, not just a particular group, but everyone around the world. And AI, working on building AI that minimizes causing harm to anyone. So AI safety means that AI should be unbiased, it should be transparent, AI systems should be deployed in a way that have accountability, that do not cause any harm to any individual, whether emotional harm, mental harm, psychological distress, just making sure that AI is safe for use for everyone around the world, and so that every member of our community can reap the benefits of the amazing AI technologies that are being created every day.
It's very fascinating that both you and Brandon also allude to when we talk about language, that it has powerful words and meanings, doesn't it? We often were raised in the world, many of us, is saying that words matter. Words can be very powerful, and we're dealing with these machines that can reciprocate dialogue and language with us, Soleil. And thank you, Medea. We'll come back to you here shortly. And Soleil, you really started off and let us know that you're from beautiful Turkey. And in your area, in your side of the world, it's the same. The democratization of these models, we're all using it all around the world. We haven't really seen something like that. I know, as someone that's been a staunch advocate and a technologist in XR, we know that if you can't afford a certain HMD, you're not going to get it. And if it's not even deployed to you, there will be others around the world that will have access to technology that you don't have. This is a little different. Just common Wi-Fi and a decent screen, and be able to unload into a whole world that we've never known. What is safety from the lens of someone that's from beautiful Turkey?
Thank you. So when talking about safety, I would basically say human rights and supremacy of law, because this is the common platform that we can talk about and defined by the United Nations. So when you go to China, when you go to States, both countries or anywhere in, for example, in Europe, which they announced the first action plan. So no matter where you go, they talk about the same values, but when it comes to practice, it doesn't work like that. So what's the common practice for it? I could easily say United Nations again, because we are all members of the union. So I could definitely say human rights and law, supremacy of law, but based on responsible AI practices. Because, artificial intelligence and ethics is one thing, but when you talk about responsible AI, it's the practice. It's rather the practice of ethics and aligned artificial intelligence. And that requires equality, minority, inclusion, diversity, sustainability. It's not person problem, it is actually an organization problem. So not only the developers or the users should pay attention for the downsides of this technology, but the organizations have to. So just recently, the Trump administration provided the education in K-12s. This is a good step forward, like China did weeks ago. Probably the other countries will follow. But is it enough? Absolutely not. Because the developer and big tech companies, they had their ethical commissions years ago, but we don't have them. Even there is one which has an alignment commission, but does it really work? No, because
Wait, let me ask you, what's alignment?
The technology should read the same understanding process of human mind. I mean, the technology should go in parallel with how people use this technology.
But my concern with alignment when we talk about machines need to be more in line with human values. I ask myself, whose values? Elon Musk's values? Vladimir Putin's values? Russell's values? Whose values? Go ahead.
This is what I was talking about. Actually, we in words we pronounce the same terms or sentences, but in practice it doesn't look like that. So we need to have a consensus of the basics, which is human rights and accordance with the law. So this is what I understand, and this is what the entire world and all different communities should understand, because otherwise there is no common sense in using this technology. Unfortunately not, especially for the youth. As I think Brian said, it's about mental illnesses, it's about inorganic relationships, like really serious potential situations, dangerous situations for the young generation and on the upcoming generation.
Sure. Let's kind of take a higher look at that for a second. A 40,000-foot view. I agree. A global cloud consensus is needed. I think at the end of the day, that's the only way to be able to move forward on a sense of a global, colloquial front, transmetropolitan, transcontinental, and deciphering and understanding the approach to ethical governance structure approach to AI. However, also that I would say within the Trump administration, removing the politics as much as I can with it, when it comes to President J.D. Vance, he says that this is not a time for safety. As he spoke at France at the Action Summit that was supposed to be the Safety Summit too. This is a fact. So when we start talking about the Trump administration, sure, it's good for K through 12 to be able to address and to start to be able to update and educate our students so that we hopefully can not have the machines get ahead of the students, that humans can stay ahead of the machines, Russell. I still have a really big concern is, what are we necessarily updating and educating our children with when we haven't even fully updated and educated our own selves with the understanding of safety and ethics? We just heard from what Brandon just said in his pursuit of understanding, and he works on AI every single day. It seems to me, Russell, we're in need of the trust layer.
Yes. In all honesty, I think when it comes to verification and trust and being able to verify these models in terms of their behavior and what they do and what they say and how they act and hallucinations, and when it comes to images and videos and everything, and what is real and what isn't, I believe that the trust and the verification layers are going to become fundamental for that, in being able to verify what is real and what isn't, and also being able to teach kids and being able to see what is real, what isn't, what is right, what is wrong, what is AI and what isn't AI, right? And also making sure that these models are ethically safe, so that basically if you're using a model and you want to make sure that it's safe to use, but then for example there could be like something that comes up saying, hey, this model has hallucinated 20 times or whatever it may be, then you want to be able to know that, right? You want to be able to make sure that the models that you do use are safe, right? So that's what I believe, and I think that's why the trust layer is going to be fundamental for our youth, for our children, and for them to be able to learn what is right, what is wrong, and what is safe and what isn't.
I agree, and I really appreciate that. It's so complimentary to the expressions of what each of our roundtables have said, Medea, when it comes to the different entry points. As Brandon had talked about, language, in which we should be focused on, and this is a whole different single variable, but we also know that this isn't a single variable equation. It's a multivariable, isn't it, Medea, when we talk about all the different entryways to understand what's being deployed and distributed from AI. There's diffusion models that are deploying these incredible images that are of human resolution scale. There's Kodak avatars, and there's not even what we've completely immersed into at the intersection of the metaverse and AI. And we're thinking about hyper-realistic immersive simulations or virtual ecosystems of interaction and communication. And it's getting to the point where it's now arrived to the point where I could look at an image that's rendered by AI, and with my own human eyes, I cannot tell whether that image is real or not. It's now almost at the point when it comes to visualization of an animated video that's so real to some degree, and in some sequences, Medea, I can't tell no longer if it's even real or not. But when it speaks to me with concatenated synthesis or speech, then we start to understand a little bit of the difference in the micro nuances. When we're looking at it 2 years ago, it was about the extra fingers on a hand. They got that correct. And so now we're having to need more machines, I believe, to be able to help us to understand machines. So Medea, we talk about what ethical guardrails should be in place to protect users from AI-driven hazards. There's so many different layers and entry points when it comes to dealing with language and dealing with visualization of diffusion models. Help us to understand, where exactly are we putting these guardrails?
Yeah, so these guardrails, there are so many entryways for putting these guardrails when we talk about AI models. So these ethical guardrails, they should not only be put when a model is being developed. This entire pipeline of making sure that the AI models are ethical, they're safe for everyone. It should happen throughout the entire life cycle of AI models, from development to deployment to usage. We need to make sure that these models are safe for everyone. So when we talk about youth, ethical guardrails must include age verification, algorithmic transparency, strong data privacy policies, and real-time content filtering, because youth, they are the most vulnerable. So we need to take extra precautionary steps to make sure that they are safe. And AI systems, when we talk about AI safety with regards to our young people, AI systems should default to the highest standards of safety to protect young users. And there should be mandatory ethical audits for companies before deploying AI technology geared towards youth. So that's one place where we can start from. But ethical guardrails should be placed throughout the entire life cycle of an AI model or an AI product, all the way from when the model is being developed to deployed to when it is ready for usage.
Sure. Medea, thank you so much. And Soleil, how do we do that? Medea says, hey, we need to be able to have ethical audits. Who's the auditors? Who's putting that in place? When governments are rescinding back in a lot of ways because they want to hyperscale, depending on what side of the world you are on. How do we do that?
Well, actually, we all know that this is the core problem because nobody takes responsibility of what's going to happen. Maybe you heard of the news of a 14-year-old guy, youngster, killing himself because he had a very deep conversations with an avatar. So this is a case, unfortunate case, but looks like such cases will continue. I mean, just imagine having girlfriends or virtual girlfriends and boyfriends. I mean, I remember listening to a guy. He says, I create my own, I code my own. If I don't like her, I change it again. Then I change it again over and over. So it's not going somewhere healthy. And nobody takes the responsibility. And the children are not aware of how to protect themselves. And the danger is actually how the parents will deal with the issue. Yeah. I mean, this is also a huge problem because they have no idea of how to protect their children. Besides the teachers, the schools, I don't really think they have an answer for the core problem.
Sure.
So, and this situation, these tough times will get worse and worse, to my understanding. I mean, I don't want to be pessimistic, but there also very upsides of the technology, but we should talk about the downsides.
You know, I appreciate your pessimism because I know that there's been alarms that are being rang around the world, but I also know that there's organizations, I think, that are profiteering at the idea that they want to reach on the dichotomous side of pessimism for optimism, but knowing that we should be a little bit more pessimistic when it comes with greater scrutiny, when it comes to the impact of these models. I think that we're starting to see the rescinding and people are listening with a sense of apathy when it comes to those that are ringing the bell. And if it was more of a dire warning 2 years ago, if it was more of a dire warning a year ago, it's more of a dire warning today, but it was taken with great urgency 2 years ago. A year ago, it was taken even with a little bit urgency, but it started to dwindle down. And now it becomes to see that this thing that was once on fire becomes an ember, a coal, if you will. But we're going to address that. I think that's really important, especially here at GatherVerse. Some people say that, oh, you're just dampening the mood. Really, I'd rather address and say these things now before it's too late to be able to address. If people don't understand the type of models that are heading into this world, that there may be a point of no return. Brandon, I have to say this. I really want to lean in with you for a moment, square one-to-one. As somebody that's dealing with technology, that's teaching and educating when it comes to language. And I'm going back to something that Medea said, the life cycle. Right, the life cycle of these models end to end, from this data set compiled together by data scientists, passed on and handed over to data engineers to be able to train these models, RL, reinforced learning, getting it to conversion, fine tuning, so forth and so on. There's a lot of different hands that a model passes through in order for it to become what it becomes. Or there are some that are building out a model by her or himself. But then we think about the ethical need, if you will, in the development, and the responsibility is what I'm getting at with this question with you, Brandon. Does this responsibility, when it comes to trust and safety and ethics, does this fall first on the shoulders of the frontline workers or those that are building these models? Oh, your mic, please.
It's a great question. You know what I think about? I had a real heavy debate with a friend about student loan debt. And I said, you know what, that it was completely irresponsible for the United States government to extend and allow the banks and corporations to give loans to me and my colleagues at 18, 19 years old. Like, we didn't have the level of financial literacy. We didn't understand the kind of deals that we were going to have when we signed up for these loans. Couple that with the fact that 20 years later, the labor market shifts, and then there wasn't a guarantee that I would be able to then have a job
That's right.
that would allow me to pay back these student loans. And so the real question in all of that is, who's responsible? Ultimately, who is responsible for the debt that I have now? And most people would say, well, I have a certain degree of personal responsibility because I signed the paper, right? But the entire trip through high school, they told me, go to college, go to college, go to college. You'll be able to make everything out of yourself if you go to college. And that simply just hasn't been true. So I look at today, right now, and I think it has been incredibly irresponsible of the tech companies to release these tools to the general population without first educating them on how they work. It's just like we are a petri dish for big tech to be able to run and play games around. And I think that's incredibly irresponsible. So I would say that first and foremost, that those folks who are deploying these tools and allowing them to engage with the public are responsible, right? They have a responsibility to be able to invest in the workers, in the people, in the society, because it used to be where the nonprofit, the research organizations were separate from the corporations. right? We would have research, and that would be independent, and it would be from a public good. Open AI, right? It's supposed to be open for a B corporation per se, or a public benefit company. Right. But now it's, it's so tied and so coupled with corporate greed, and so now we're capitalists, and that doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't help anything when we're trying to build collectivism. And so I would say first and foremost, because they yield the most power, and when we're talking about things like this, is who has the most power to be able to influence change, I would say it is those who are creating it, who are investing billions of dollars in doing it. They are responsible. And I think our government, who can hold them responsible, should. And there's going to be arguments in terms of what censorship and what free speech looks like and how we deploy these, but we're going to have to make concessions in some places. We won't be able to coexist and grow and scale with this without there being, as Soleil is saying, with just, I understand your pessimism that, we haven't shown the propensity or ability to be able to make good decisions in moments like this. And so that concerns me a lot.
Sure. I think it concerns a lot of people. I'll read a quote from David Jacobson. An extremely unforgiving job market is about to get even more crowded as the new college class of 2025 joins the unemployed and those seeking new employment as companies continue to cut their workforce. Moreover, the DOGE cuts in Washington in the United States have sharply limited opportunities at the federal government, and consulting firms and the private sector have also been forced to pare back their offers. And this story doesn't mention AI, which is a variable that will severely limit the need for entry-level workers and top workers across the knowledge economy. Russell, I think about this deeply, the words that Brandon and Soleil and Medea are covering. Medea says we need to be able to start to look at what it is from end to end of the life cycle of the model. I get the sense of a caretaker, if you will. Soleil is looking at and saying we need a global cloud consensus. And Brandon saying that there's going to be some tough decisions made because we live in a world where people have their own sense of autonomy and agency and defined understanding from their cultural lens of understanding. Where is that middle? Where is that singular focal point that we're looking for to be able to arrive together to make some very must and urgent and necessary decisions, Russell? This brings us back to the trust layer. Are we going to need machines to intervene when it comes to how we manage their ascendancy in society? Because I'm not looking at this as machines that I deal with a television, an iPhone, a device, if you will. I'm now looking at machines as an alien species. And as sci-fi as that may sound, if it could speak with me, it could remember me, if it could read my disposition through theory of mind, and if its own self believes that it has its own disposition and set of emotions, to me, I don't see anything more alien than that.
100% agree with you, Christopher. I do believe that the trust layer is potentially the middle ground in all this. I do believe that it's a way in which humans and AI can potentially coexist. I believe that it allows individuals and organizations to remain safe, to be able to trust what AI models and AI systems that they are using from multiple aspects. But I also believe that on a global universal level too, that's also fundamental as well, in a set of standards and benchmarks which potentially can be universally applicable across no matter what industry and what use case, that allows you to be able to verify that specific model or specific case which you want to use it for, or whatever your use case may be. So to your point, Christopher, yes, absolutely, the trust layer is going to be fundamental. Verification is going to be fundamental. But also, so is all the other aspects as well, including ethics, including the global consensus that Sue was saying, but also in terms of building and deploying these models too. There's going to have to be a verification aspect in terms of building these models too and verifying that they are safe to release before you even do, right? So again, it's very multifaceted, it's very complicated, but the bottom line is verification and trust could be a way or universal way in being able to use that, and no matter what your case is, or no matter what, if you're building or deploying or using AI.
You know, it's interesting. I think about this, Russell, the sense of trust. I think about it, Medea, so deeply what Brandon had just expressed about with the sense that when you're taking out a student loan, you don't know all the different ramifications that come with taking these loans. We don't understand, in a lot of ways, the ramifications that come with these models, dare I say, even those that have a sense of ethics and sense of safety. We don't completely understand the impact of what these models psychologically are having on us now. Let's be honest. We're engaging with technology that engages back. There's no case studies out there that are rendered and that are distributed and saying these are the things that are happening. We haven't even been able to tackle this question that's on full front display on what are the most pressing threats posed by AI in the context of child safety online and how can they be mitigated. We haven't even understand fully the magnitude of social media. We are a test generation ourselves, aren't we, folks? We're a generation that's sitting here right here within this expression of a cloud system. This is a global cloud consistence. We have people that are assembled right here in this moment that are using technology our predecessors have never used. Those that are pioneers and architects of this technology, they weren't encapsulated in spaces like we find ourselves today. They never took in consideration all the other emerging technologies that abide within the eco-habitat. So when we talk about what are the most pressing threats posed by AI in context of child safety online, Soleil talked about this dear child who took his life using character AI. There's more models that are going to be even more capable, even character AI. How do we meet this challenge to be able to defend? We know, folks, that there are incredible, very dangerous weapons that are being made with AI to fight against one another. But my goodness gracious, I think it's time in the season for us to be able to start equipping ourselves to defend ourselves against AI and against the modern innovations that our colleagues around the world that are deploying and building. It is very difficult to be able to pinpoint any of this, Medea. Where do we begin? Does it begin from the heart? Does it begin from here? Must we become educators as technologists? Does this responsibility fall on our shoulders, or is this too much to bear? Please tell us, Medea.
I believe it is not possible for one person to accomplish that. And if we want to make sure that technology is safe, if we want to make sure that AI is being developed responsibly, it requires a collaboration between multiple stakeholders. These stakeholders are the technology companies that are developing these products. These stakeholders are venture capitalists who are powering these technology companies, who are investing their money. Law enforcement is also a stakeholder. Parents are stakeholder. Teachers, educators, policymakers, and everyday people. It is our responsibility. It is a responsibility to everyone to make sure that we make our voices heard, that AI should be developed safely, not only for young children, not only for youth, but for every group. And as I said before, it is not possible for one person to accomplish that. It requires collaboration at the grassroots level, and it requires a collaboration at the highest level to make sure that we can prevent AI solutions to spread harmful content. So we can prevent AI models, we can prevent AI systems to spread unsafe content, and to make sure that AI is developed responsibly with the highest ethical guardrails.
Medea, can I ask you something in follow-up, please? Can we minimally say that those who build should educate? Is that fair to say, to be able to inspire? We certainly can't force people to assume that mantra, but couldn't that be something that's more colloquial? If you build it, you teach it?
That should be the way it is, because the companies, technology companies who are developing these products, it is their responsibility that they should educate the public on how to ethically and safely use the products. So it is definitely, it's the responsibility of technology companies, and it is also a responsibility on the end users to make sure that we use these technologies in a way that is safe, in a way that is ethical. But definitely, the highest responsibility lies on the high tech companies who are developing these advanced, smart, and intelligent AI models.
You know, that's fascinating, and I'm glad that you brought that up. All the different entry points we talked about of AI and what it can deploy, but you just elegantly gave us a list of all the different entry points of humanity, and so many other different points, and it's so small compared to the greater vast. Brandon, when we think about what Medea is talking about, when even law enforcement and first responders will need to be responsible caretakers of this, but I believe more and more as I'm listening under the sound of each of your voices. Soleil, we're coming to you in just a moment. Brandon, it seems to me that if we're the ones that are innovating these technologies and even the ones that are using it, there's a greater need for education and educating the general workforce and civilization.
I agree. So we're actually looking at making an attempt to develop what is a responsible framework for some of the use of AI. And so I've been doing a lot of research in just Western cultural thought and other just indigenous epistemologies, right? How can we start to look at this really very, very esoteric way of existing now and manage it? And so one of those things, as you're highlighting, Christopher, is a responsibility that those who know how to use it and that those who understand how the tool works and who understand the implication of the tool, I think should bear a personal responsibility to communicate others in terms of what is happening. It's part of the reason why I do the work that I do, because I've engaged with this tool so much now. You start to understand and see the intuition kind of looking forward, like, wow, if this is just impacting me in this way and I 100x this across my community, this has major ramifications, positively and negatively. But I think about just, I've seen several use cases with people learning how to use it to further develop their language, right? Pierre Bourdieu talks about linguistic capital and how linguistic capital is something that helps you be able to have social stratification, right? This is a very, very like sociological and philosophical tool now. It's not a tech tool. So I feel, I feel strongly about, sharing the knowledge of what it can do, and then what should we be mindful of, and at least, if at the very least, leading people down a path or direction to be able to learn on their own and develop their own opinions, which I believe that is really what separates us from the machine, is being able to do that and share that with each other. So,
I find that so fascinating when we start to think about the different expressions of the novels that are written in the different frameworks. I hope that one day that we can take the framework that you're working on and all the different frameworks that already exist, because there's so many frameworks that are out here for AI. You got a consensus.ai and so many other different platforms out there, and frameworks that have been made pre-boom and then post-boom, and even today, if you will. That it seems to me that it'd be great for us to create a distillation of all these different frameworks that exist, so that we can be able to condense and to be able to minimize all the redundancies of the sentiments, which are great. These redundancies are actually good, that we're thinking these same ways, bringing that together for a colloquialism to say that this is a field manual. Everyone gets the same study guide. These are all the different thoughts that are assembled around the world. Here's a field manual, and taking this, Soleil, you can be able to equip yourselves with. I think we're really onto something, because we think from what Russell's talking about with the trust layer to Medea talking about the different humans that have the responsibility, not just technologists, and then Brandon really reiterating in a lot of ways, I think, education. If I knew about the student loans and more about it, would I take that loan in the first place? If I had known about it, and maybe it comes down to Soleil and saying and Medea talks about not one person can be able to do it as full as on the shoulders of many people. It seems to me, Soleil, that if we're talking about, you said the UN, the SDG is sustainable development guidelines, and something that's more colloquial that we all can all appreciate, because the UN represents the United Nations of the world. It seems to me that if we're talking about at the line of dealing with the life cycle of a model, because that's a big part of what we're dealing with, but now we're also looking at the world of applications, protocols, and platforms. It seems to me that if we just simply had a better description box a descriptor on the box of my cereal, I would know what I'm about to eat. Can we just look at that in simplicity and saying that you are about to ingest this model? When I go to OpenAI or Anthropic, I look at Claude, and I really like what Dario Amati's talking about when it comes to interpretability. Same thing that we're working on in Just Verify. But even with the description of these models, that's over the heads of even the people that work at Anthropic and OpenAI. They're not going to completely understand what that means themselves. And the reality is that there's so much more that they don't even know about their own models. This is why Dario Amati comes out last week, Russell, as we know, that saying, wait, stop. There's a need for greater respect to interpretability, to understand how these neurological machines work. If it's just statistical models, Bayesian, if you will, then we're dealing with something that 1 + 1 = 2. Okay, we can see that is the day is long, if you will. But we're dealing with something that thinks, that takes in information and inference, and it's going to give you a different answer, mostly all the same. And the capability of these models that they're shipping out are one-to-one different. So does it make sense to have a greater understanding simply of what it is that I'm about to ingest so that I can be equipped before deciding to take out that loan? Because the reality is, and it's really in a lot of ways correlates to what Brandon's expressed, I am taking out an investment when I'm using a model for the very first time.
I would really say no way. I don't want to be pessimistic again, but if the model is still biased, if we are talking about misinformation and disinformation, and it's not, and this is something that we can get out of. So, and if we don't know what we are, the model we are using outcomes with the right knowledge. So, and besides, if the technology company says, I'm not responsible for the verification, so am I supposed to verify the information? And every single information, is it possible? No. So, and besides, human beings are with the easier. So, I mean, why should I verify every single knowledge that I'm reading or using as in my studies, in my book, whatever? So why should I do that after all? I mean, especially after some time. I don't really think it's going to be possible with the existing models. And so they are talking about AGI, and this dispute emerges in whether we agree or not. It's thinking or it's emotional. For example, maybe you saw some tweets about 4.0 became more emotional than it was before. So having a machine talking to you and trying to empathize with you doesn't really make you a tool or my friend. I would say friend after a while. So this is where the risk kicks in, especially for the young generation. Our opinions develop in the era that we live in. So that's why, actually technology companies call us spare population. But the word they are building on is the ones they were born in computers with the apps. So after all, I don't really think the following generations will care about the being that they're talking to is a human or not. I mean, I wouldn't. It goes along with my way. It just says what I wanted to say. There is no hurt. There is no feeling, maybe, because feeling hurts because we have come to a time where people don't like each other as a wife, husband, in the office. I would say really no way. I mean, the human beings themselves will do their worst to make it worse.
You know what's interesting about this as I'm sitting here listening intently to what you just said? You know, a lot of the battle cry from the UN, June 2023, was about the biggest consideration was misinformation, disinformation, and the threat to the ecosystem of information when it comes to these models being deployed in the world. But you know what I've come to appreciate? Before ever these models came into the world, misinformation, disinformation, and the threat to the ecosystem of information was already tainted. When I think about, we talk about using these models and we're dealing with these models that have a propensity to lie and to, in a lot of ways, become sycophantic and to agree with everything that we say for the most part, unless we're asking it to be candid. You know what that sounds like a lot to me? A human. Maybe we have to let this thing play out and not put the warning label on there. Maybe we have to wait for these machines to become almost human-like. Medea, we'll say this in closing rounds. I'd like to get each of your takes briefly on this. Is it just best to wait for these machines to mature and to matriculate to where when we interact with humans, Brandon doesn't have, yeah, we read what's on your profile, but that may not be Brandon. I see what you say you are, Medea. You're an artificial intelligence engineer in Avanade. I see that. And you could say, here's a set of instruction manuals. Here's what I am. We don't come equipped like that. We meet each other and greet each other at a handshake or a hello. Is that the approach that we need to take with AI and let it be what it's going to be? And then we have to use our own given discernibility and senses that we've had since our coming from our mom's womb, if you will. Do we have to make the decisions ourselves on what we'll interact with or not? But my still concern is our children are so susceptible when it comes to their senses. We were all once young. Medea?
I believe that we should actively work together to make sure that our voices are heard, that technology companies, the stakeholders in these companies, make sure that they develop these models safely and they embed the principles of child safety, they embed human-centered values in these models. And we should advocate as much as we can, as much as possible. We should all join hands to make sure that our voices are heard. So these high-tech companies, they understand that the audience that they are developing these models for, they understand the value of how safe these models should be, of how unbiased, of how transparent these models should be. As I said before, it requires a collaboration between us. It requires a collaboration between policymakers, technology companies, law enforcement, multiple stakeholders, and it requires a collaboration, and we should all work together. We should all channel our resources as much as we can to make sure that the AI models being developed every day are developed and deployed and used in a safe manner.
Real quick, closing remarks, Russell.
Sorry, what's the question?
Real quick, closing remarks, Brandon.
Man, I think that this is really, I'm happy to be a part of this time in history, so I at least can be a part of the history books to say what's going to happen. But I think that there's no label that we can create that'll slow us down at this point. And so I think we just speed through it. And I think we should, build visibly, allow like the younger folks to get into some of this interpretability. This should be talked about in school now, right? They should understand what interpretability is at a very young age. And I think we need to teach relentlessly. We need to have we haven't really revisited our public education system since the 1950s. And so we need to be, at least in America, since the 1950s. So we need to completely overhaul and reform this. And I think we have to center with care. We have to lead with care. We have to lead with love. We have to get into some of these, I think, very, very, very foundational human characteristics.
Thank you so much, Brandon. And closing remarks, Soleil, briefly.
Okay. AI is already political. So when this technology is political, it means we had biases, misinformation, and disinformation before, and we will. And this time it's going to be through AI. So it's unstoppable, unfortunately.
Done. Roundtablists, panelists, we're so happy to be able to have you join us for GatherVerse Day 4, Youth Summit, Week 2. It's been rather enlightening to be able to understand safety. I can honestly say that I have a better understanding of AI safety and approach when it comes to our youth now than I did just a little bit over an hour ago. What does that mean? At the end of the day, human expression and the preservation therein has never become more important. I didn't have to go to Soleil, Brandon, and Medea and Russell GPT. I simply listened to human hearts. Audience, follow each of these leaders. Join them on their quest and pursuit for excellence in whatever it is that they find themselves doing, as we all are. Panelists, thank you for your time. Our gather was well. And up next, we're going to have a few words from Andrea Cook. And then we're having a roundtable discussion with Devonna May, leading Inheritance of Innovation, preparing youth for a digital frontier. You'll want to stick around for this one. You surely won't want to miss it. She's not alone.
Hey everyone, I'm so excited to join the conversation. My name is Andrea Cook, CEO from the Alliance for AI, and I'm here to talk to you about something powerful, not just about using AI, but building it. The future doesn't just happen to us. It's built by people, and you are one of them. Not just by people in Silicon Valley or wearing lab coats. It's built by people with ideas, with questions, with the courage to try something new. And that includes you. You don't have to wait to be an adult or a professional coder or someone with a big title to start making a difference. You already have something powerful. Your creativity, your voice, your lived experience. The way you see the world matters. Your perspective can spark ideas others might never think of. So don't underestimate how big your small ideas can become. Most of us use AI every day, maybe without even realizing it. Think filters on TikTok or YouTube recommendations, all powered by AI. That's consumer mode. But what if you could flip the switch to creator mode? Imagine building a game that understands your mood, or creating a chatbot that helps classmates feel less alone. That's where the magic starts. You could build with tools like Teachable Machine or Scratch. You don't need to be an expert. You just need to be curious. This generation gets to build the future with new tools and new ideas. And in doing so, you shape the world we want to live in. Not just for ourselves, but for everyone. You can start building right now. Seriously, you don't need permission, a degree, or even a big computer setup. There are tools online like Google's Teachable Machine or Replit that make it super easy to experiment with AI. And trust me, your perspective matters. The world needs new voices, fresh ideas, and people who care. Young people around the world are already doing this. Students in Kenya are using AI to detect crop diseases and save their community's harvests. Teens are building mental health chatbots to support each other. Girls who code created safety alert systems to keep people safe in their neighborhoods. In every case, these young innovators saw a problem, imagined a better way, and started building. They didn't wait for permission. They didn't wait to become experts. They just started with what they had and kept going. Their work is a reminder. The future doesn't belong to people with the most resources. It belongs to those who keep showing up and keep trying. If they can do it, so can you. Let's think for a second. What's a problem you've seen at school, in your neighborhood, or online? Now imagine an AI tool that could help fix it. What would it do? Who would it help? You don't have to have all the answers, just the spark of an idea. That's how change begins. Here are 3 simple things you can do after today. Try one tool, maybe Replit or Canva. Host a session at your school. Start a Build-A-Bot hour. Join a tech club or create your own if one doesn't exist. Your voice in the tech world? It matters more than ever. I want you to imagine something. It's the year 2030. You're older, maybe working, maybe creating the next big thing. What kind of AI do you want to see in that world? What do you want it to stand for? Here's the prompt. Here's the kind of AI I want my generation to build. Take a second to think. If you're feeling it, write it down, draw it, or even say it out loud. That vision could be part of the story the world needs to hear. Before we wrap up, I just want to leave you with this. Building an inclusive future takes all of us. At the Alliance for AI, we believe every voice matters in shaping how technology is built and used. You don't have to wait to be qualified to start contributing. Ask questions, build boldly, speak up when something doesn't feel right. Dream about what AI could be, not just what it is today. Let's reimagine the future together and make sure it's one that works for everyone. Thank you so much for your time. I can't wait to see what you all build next.
Hello, hello, everybody. Give me 1 second here. My things muted here. I apologize. I hope my sound is coming in good. Can you all hear me? Give me a thumbs up. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Excellent. So welcome to GatherVerse, Inheritance of Innovation, Preparing the Youth for a Digital Frontier. I'm so excited to have this conversation today, and I'm so excited to hear the insights from our colleagues as we explore how we are equipping the youth to not just survive, but to innovate, to lead, and to succeed in an AI digital future. We are all working intentionally to create something that our youth can use to build and to thrive, right? In a future driven by technology that's changing, that's just so dynamic. But what does it truly mean to prepare our youth for the future that they deserve to inherit?
Excuse me, your voice is a bit low, so I can't get you. Could you please try to level it up?
Sure. Can you hear me now? How's that? How are we coming in? Are you able to hear me? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, let's get into the first set of questions here. Let me just make sure that I have the slides ready to go. And if you can see the first slide, confirm that with me, please.
Yes, we can.
Okay, sound is great. Let's just jump right into the question. So we're going to get into question 1. I want to ask you, I'm going to hand this over to Victor. In the spirit of nurturing young and confident and capable leaders, what are your thoughts on how we can equip the youth, equip their minds to think critically, thinking skills that are needed for the digital age? How can we empower them to be builders and not just consumers of technology? What are your thoughts on that, Victor?
All right, awesome. Thank you. Well, I think first and first, we need to encourage them with curiosity and questions because most kids right now, most youth out there, they just want to memorize things. So they need to explore how things work and how to be able to solve real problems and also think about consequences. That goes a long way. And also, we need to explore how we can think of gamified learning in the classroom, right? And also a kind of project-based tasks that makes learning active and engaging. Because on the long run, we are trying to create a digital age and not a digital void in the classroom. Thank you.
That is super important. You said a few things that piqued my interest. You said curiosity, teaching them to solve real problems, and teaching them about the consequences. as somebody who's greatly benefited from online mentors, people who have taught me things, who've changed my life, who've given me character lessons, these people may never know my name, but I give so much honor to the digital spaces for creating these connections. These are mentors. These are people who have bridged the gaps between my potential and my power. So I want to hand this one over to Blessing. Blessing, what are your thoughts on the role of mentorship? Digital mentors who prepare our youth for emerging technologies, because I really like what you said, Victor, when you talked about teaching them about curiosity, teaching them about solving problems, and teaching them about consequences. What are your thoughts on our role as mentors in the digital spaces?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I believe mentorship is critical to youth development in terms of providing insight and guidance. A lot of these young people tend to make a lot of mistakes because they don't have the requisite experience to do what they have to do. But as mentors provide actionable insight. They provide experience-driven insight on how to navigate their journey, how to avoid mistakes, and that makes their journey to be easier, unlike doing it themselves and making the mistakes and then learning from them. So in that sense, mentorship allows youth to quickly advance their career without necessarily making mistakes that will put them on a setback and affect their future. So mentorship is critical to youth development, uh, helping them realize their potential and achieving their dreams without making mistakes. Providing support, sometimes young people tend to get easily discouraged. But as mentors have a profound responsibility to provide motivation, to inspire, to teach them from their experience so that when they are facing struggles and hurdles and they want to get discouraged, these mentors can then provide them with the emotional and necessary support they need to be successful.
That's so excellent. And what I keep hearing is representation, right? So motivation, inspiration. What happens when we, as mentors, as people with lived experiences, show up in these digital spaces with all of the wins, the failures, the highs, the lows? We've got all this wisdom. And in digital spaces, we're not just in front of a classroom hosting a quote unquote boring lecture. We're living out loud. We're using technology to create more vivid expressions of our life and of our work and of our professions and of how we are changing and impacting the world, right? So representation is always needed in every sphere, whether it be in person or in digital spaces. But what I think is so important and so amazing about learning, about teaching, is that in these digital spaces we can teach in a more dynamic way. We can be that representation that our youth may not see, and we can show them in a more live, in a more exciting, exuberant way that really gets them excited and inspired about what's possible for them, in addition to shortening learning curves and building their confidence, offering inside access to get to their goals quicker, to get to their destiny, to their future, to understand what's possible for them. So in that spirit, in that vein, I'm going to hand this one to Future. The traditional trajectory of classroom education is evolving. And I'm going to go ahead and switch this slide first. I want to know your thoughts on how we can connect traditional education with the skills required for the future job market. As you think about that question, I just want to add that I am somebody who struggled in the traditional classroom. And I wonder if I had the access to the digital age that the children do now, if that would have somehow helped me to perform better, if that would have helped me learn easier, if I had an AI powered tutor or systems that just resonated with my learning style, I wonder if I would have been able to achieve excellence in a more streamlined way. However, I want to know your thoughts on that. Future. How can we connect the traditional education with the skills required for the future job market? Tell me what you're thinking.
Sorry, who is the question for?
Future.
Future.
We're going to pass it to Obangofon. Please take that question for us.
All right, thank you, Davon, for the question. So, how can we connect traditional education with skills required for the future job markets? That's the question, right? And how we can do that is making our educational program hands-on. right? So students want to build, they want to do things with their hands. So in our African Nigerian context where I hail from, before now or in the very early stage of education, our grandparents were introduced to Shakespearean literature and all. So you could see that those guys in the arts, in the literature do well more than science and engineering. So science and engineering are relatively new on the continent and in Nigeria specifically. So for us to have our education have relevance in the job market, we need to make the training hands-on. The student wants to build from basic school to high school and in college. They don't just want to study stuff in paper and submit assignments and get good grades. They want to build things up that is relevant to the market. So when we enrich our curriculum with hands-on practical skills, that is how our traditional education will be relevant to the job market.
I like that. And let's talk a little bit more about practicality, relevant skills to the market, and hands on training. Gabriel, I want to know some of your thoughts on what are some practical skills, industries, what are some things that we should start teaching our students to want to gravitate towards as it pertains to securing their success professionally in a digital age. I just want to know what your thoughts are on that, Gabriel. Okay, let me pass that one. I'll pass that one on. Duncan, are you here?
I am here.
Yes, Duncan. I just want to know a little bit more about, I wanted to expound on what are some of the practical, relevant skills that we can teach our children to bring to market professionally as they develop their career path. What do you think are some of the tools or the skill sets that they need to, or even the industries that they should try to, work in as they're, establishing themselves professionally?
Okay, thank you so much. It's a quite interesting question. One of the things that we have been seeing that are evolving, like on in terms of the future of work. Personally, like I lead a platform called Work Digitally. Is basically trying to position like the youth into the frontier jobs. We are seeing that according to the prediction that were made by Noah Harari, and on how AI is going to evolve from the technological perspective, emotional perspective, and also societal impact. So we have realized that there is a need for now youth to focus on in a definite skill set that is needed. Number one, emotional intelligence, because there are some things that AI can do, but there are some things that AI can not do. For example, how to reason like human at an emotional level. So basically, this is going to be one of the skills that is needed in crafting highly sensitive agentic AI systems, all highly drafting a very, very compelling proposals, or whether coming up with nice art, or whether coming up with a nice solution. So that's going to be number one. Then another concept that has been striking out in the education space is called AI thinking. As we are presenting AI systems in our classrooms, we need to now position students to think ahead of what AI can do and what they can do. So basically, how can we position our students to get ahead of the time and start to reason with AI in their classroom setup and even in the work setup? For example, let's say you are coming up with now a new business idea. How do you be at the frontier of focusing on what AI can do, and then you focus on what AI cannot do? So it's a new concept that is needed in the AI space. Now, with the coming immersive world of what we call like immersive realities, immersive marketing, immersive experiences. So basically, there's a whole need of to understand that there is no need to store some information, since information is going to be available in these AI systems. So we need to train youth on how to be future ready in terms of thinking beyond what AI can do now and what AI cannot do. So that's number one. Then another skill that is really needed to position our youth for the next frontier is being able to understand that actually AI is not just like a replacing tool. It's just a tool that is going to work with us. They need to have that mindset. They need to have that clear thought pathway that this is a technology Literally, from the ages, technology has been evolving from the first industrial age now to the fourth industrial age. Literally, we are going into the economy of bits. So, how do we now position our youth to be able to leverage what I call information mining? So, there is a whole need of the youth now to get into a whole conversation of what we call information mining, because AI systems need data, need frontier stories to base on to be able to come up with new ideas. So basically, the greatest work that humans are going now to focus on to is storytelling and mining new knowledge. So basically, AI has a limit of its knowledge gap. The knowledge gap, it only knows what we have given it. So we need now to get this AI system, start to train it new knowledge, and it's going to be a biggest asset for people who are building the next businesses. Next businesses need to be knowledge miners, need to be able to craft new insights, or what we call information that is is not within the epistemical, like the epistemic challenges of the AI systems to be able to function better, give real world solution systems. So that's another thing. Then the last one that I will strongly emphasize on, as the youth are positioning themselves, they need to understand that now things have been like been shaped out very well. People need to focus domain specific, and they also need to understand how do I use the leverage of the entire domain to be able to come up with solutions that are within the lack of the domain. This approach of, let's say, if I'm a medical student and I only focus on the heart surgery, is gonna stop. Literally, because of the AI system has the capability to store the information of a heart surgery, has the information to store like the information of a pharmacist, has the information to store like the information of the entire medical field. So we won't have in the future, like we don't need to have just only a surgeon. So there's gonna need to be actually what I call like.
I think we lost Duncan, but I like the things he was saying. And what I want to do is I want to pass this next question to Osoro. Our youth are more than capable of achieving greatness. We are the movement of movements. We are the ones who define culture. We are the people with the brilliance. We have the creativity, the strategy. We have all of the goods, right? But when it comes to access and equity and ownership, these are the plagues that run rampant through our communities. And my question to you, Osoro, what are your thoughts on the steps that we can take so that AI and automation don't widen the already wide economic disparities for our youth globally? What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you very much. So I think it is important to continually empower people, and especially the youth in this case, to own their voice. And with their voice, know that now, because of AI and the fact that the world is a global community, it's easier to work with different people. For example, I'm in Kenya, I will work with Obogon Phone and we'll do something amazing. And it because of my voice, which is unique, and the personal touch to the things that I bring to the table that is unique for me, it does not mean that I have to have the resources to do this. I don't have to have the money. I don't have to have that. I just have to have, like Duncan was saying, that have don't narrow down 100%, but focus on the domain that you're in and blow it up. So just work with different people. It is easier now because of AI. I can ask a question and I can reach out maybe on LinkedIn or somewhere else, and through AI it's easy for me to answer. And because of the learning of the machine and all that, it allows me to reason with it. I will position myself as ask AI to reason as a Kenyan, or maybe a Nigerian, or maybe someone in the Americas, all around. So it is. Oh, I would insist on them owning their voice, teaching them how to own their voice, and going for it. That's it.
That's incredible. And something you said, resource sharing. I never thought about it like that. That is what we do. When you are not given equal access to resources, information, knowledge, or whatever it is, you learn to become innovative. You build communities to help support one another in those deficiencies. So I really love that concept of resource sharing. And I want to hand this next question over to James. In that stream of thought, how can we, let me go ahead and click onto this next slide so you can see the question. How can we, James, help young people who are in underserved communities with limited access to resources? How can we help them to successfully participate in digital advancements? And if you can keep that resource sharing in mind, I would like to hear your thoughts on that as well.
Well, thank you very much for that relevant question. You see, talking from an African perspective, African is one of the members of the global south countries where AI development is not as rapid as advanced countries like Europe and America. So basically, according to UNESCO, only 2.5% of global AI data is sourced from Africa. So there is a great deal of underrepresentation and prejudice and marginalization against the African nations. So, in that light, just like the last speaker has said, one of the ways we can solve this problem is to leverage soft language models, unlike large language models. Large language models basically require huge amount of computational energy. They require large amount of data set, which is expensive and requires a great deal of expertise, which presently we do not really have in Africa. But there has been a great deal of success with small language models that are adapted to the local challenges of Africa. And another way in which we can increase internet access and resource to participate in digital advancement is to work with our curriculum, our academic curriculum, with our educational system, where we can, just like China and United States of America has announced in recent times, we can incorporate AI training, AI education into the educational curriculum of young students from secondary school level, from primary school level to secondary school level, so that as they are growing, they are not necessarily limited by access or technology because they already have the foundational knowledge. So individuals can then discover themselves, they can build their knowledge base, discover their talent, and provide solutions, develop AI systems that can provide solutions that are locally adapted to the unique African problems. So young people can leverage access and resources to participate in digital advancement by getting involved with AI at a very young age before they grow to an adult. They can use their smartphones, which are readily available, and then they can work with non-governmental organizations. They can partner with government agencies and non-governmental organizations who have the mandate to promote digital access and technology, especially in limited areas of internet in Africa. There are several organizations like that. We have the Africa for Tech Initiative. We have many of them in different African countries. So one of the areas where we can increase the access is partnership from these educational institutions like the primary school and nursery schools in this local environment. They can partner with these NGOs and provide internet access and teach them technology and artificial intelligence at their tender age, so that when they grow matured into secondary and tertiary education, they can discover themselves, they can build themselves, they can leverage the foundational knowledge they have had to develop AI systems that can provide value and solve problems.
I love that. And you know what? Something you said about partnerships. The thing is this, we are a global community, we are global colleagues, but sometimes we don't have the awareness or the perspective of what our brothers and sisters are facing, what challenges they're facing. And that makes me think, Victor, I'm going to take this quick bonus question over to you. What are your thoughts
Okay.
on some of the ways that we can bridge the gap between understanding between the nations? And have you seen this, the challenges of communicating cross borders, cross nations, cross culturally? What are your thoughts on how we can bridge those gaps so our students can learn how to be empathetic, be aware of what's going on across the borders? And in your own work, have you seen the effects of communication, whether it be positive or negative? Just curious of what you're thinking about that.
All right. Thank you. So I think it all boils down to partnership. All right. Let's look at the African spectrum as an example. So we need to host events like this, right? And this is a very good use case. I'm a Nigerian. We've got Kenya people on this. We've got other people on this call. This is how we can share information, share data, look at the problem we're facing in the AI space in the youth ecosystem in Nigeria, and try to correspond it with what is going on in Kenya. And we can also host I'd say intra hackathons, right? Just to connect the youths in Africa, in Nigeria, the youths in Kenya, in Nigeria, in Tanzania, in Rwanda together, host innovation hubs, let them share ideas, brainstorming sessions. So once we start to create things like this, it solves a big chunk of the problem. And I would also like to talk about the access issue, right? So there are a lot of places, right, marginalized places that they don't have internet access. So we must also find a way where we can communicate better to them, because on the long run, it's not just about tech; it's about trust, information they can trust, data they can rely on. So that's just my commitment to that.
Perfect, because you said trust, and that's going to bring us to our next question. I'm going to hand this one over to Obongofon. I want to know what your thoughts are on the ethical concerns that arise when AI begins to predict and influence the aspirations of young people. We see how social media, and I don't think we can fully grasp the magnitude of how it's affecting our youth's brains, even adults, how it affects your behaviors, your patterns, your emotions. How do we address the ethical concerns, Obonfongo, when it
All
comes
right.
to AI and how it's predicting and influencing our youth? Tell me your thoughts about that.
Yeah, thank you. So it's actually a great concern, and so many people of thoughts and thought leaders and people of concern around the world have said, "Hey, AI is going to erode. It's going to impede memory growth. Everybody going to use AI, students, career person." And I wrote an article last year to address this, which is going to be part of a bigger book with the IGI Global. So in my article, I stated that yeah, it's true. AI can impede human memory bursts if it is not well addressed, talking about ethical concern. So when you use AI in a very shabby way, there are chances that it's gonna impede progress of growth and memory capacity of students and career person. And in my article, I further address how AI could be used by students and career person to even boost memory capacity instead of impeding it. Is a very lengthy writing. So I will summarize by saying that we introduce guardrails. For example, there are lots of copyright infringements when we talk about generative AI. So if you put anything online, your intellectual property, proprietary data, you can get to ChatGPT and see them right there, right? And you, the original owner, may not be referenced or accredited for your intellectual property. So developers of AI should put guardrails. And who are the developers? We are the developers. We want to build our own AI system that include these ethical considerations. So we use guardrails. For example, in the early days of ChatGPT, you could go to ChatGPT and say, "Hey, can you tell me how to create a bomb? Tell me how to create a biological weapon." And that was possible. ChatGPT is gonna do that. But the OpenAI came up with the super alignment team, which put up guardrails that could impede that. So, to wrap this up, guardrails should be used by AI developers, and then ethical AI summits and conferences should continue to be held, like the EU AI Act. In my team, where we continue to explore and teach people about AI and how to build, we use the EU AI Act. We try to understand the definitions there. We try to understand what is an ethical AI. We try to understand what is AI for good. So frameworks like that, like the EU AI Act, in Nigeria we have the NIS, National AI Strategy, are being put in place so that as we continue to explore this emerging technology, we do not harm humanity. Instead, we make it better, which is the original intent of the innovators.
That is right. That's right. And again, I'm just getting so much from this. I'm going to go to our next question, but this leads into what the next question is going to be. Duncan, I'm going to hand this one to you because we just heard building our own AI systems, right? Systems that include ethical considerations, that include us. In building those systems, Duncan, the question that I want to ask you is how can decentralized education systems powered by AI and other emerging technologies create more accessible learning environments? And what I'm thinking, while I give you a chance to think about that, I'm thinking about how AI can be personalized to education, languages, learning styles, self-paced, just borderless, no walls, just able to meet people where they are. Not only that, but actual systems that I probably am not smart enough to know about, but I want to know what your thoughts are on how can we decentralize education systems powered by AI and other emerging technologies to create more accessible learning environments for our youth? And that's for you, Duncan.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much. Maybe to be specific, so I would really want to categorically define the solutions, because there's what we call solutions that are going to be straightforward to be addressed by maybe thought leaders in terms of infrastructure. There are solutions that are going to be available to the learner side. There are going to be solutions that are going to be on the technology developers and even the people who design the immersive environments. So let me start forward on our side, the consumer end. So the consumer end, number one, like we need to understand that we are in now what I call like the algorithmic era. So basically, knowing how to live in the era is number one, a required skill. Like as environments are evolving, people need to understand that right now you are surrounded by literally knowledge at a 360 just available at the prompt. Now, how do we make this knowledge available to everyone? I think, like you have said, more personalized AI assistant systems. For example, if let's say by my domain, let's say I'm a technology expert, right now I'm already seeing my Google, like the AI system in my Google search. It only gives me information that is relevant to sustainability conversation, that is relevant to AI or like emerging technologies. So literally having more of these personalized knowledge systems is going to be challenging. But the challenges with this system is because they are unidirectional and they are limited in how knowledge is being accessed. You find that we'll have less of creativity. So how would we then buffer these systems that are getting more acquainted about my digital, what I call my digital twin? They're getting to learn my digital twin. They're getting to learn what I search. They're getting to learn what I love to learn more, and they keep recommending me such information. Then how do we buffer the effects of getting streamlined to what the digital twin is trying to cope up from the information I'm giving it? Because in that, we are limiting creativity. Because how the human mind was designed, we are designed to always be simultaneous in perception of consciousness. So literally, information pops up from different domains. So we need to also have
Oh, I think we lost him. But he was making a great point, and he was talking about how we shape the algorithms, right? And Osoro, I'm going to pass this question to you. Let me switch it on the screen here. And I want to talk about algorithms, and I want to talk about how we're teaching AI to think like us, even for us. The next question is, what role do soft skills play in the digital frontier? dominated by algorithms and automation, right? But soft skills, the emotional intelligence, the adaptability, the creativity, the cultural empathy, these are the things that I think soft skills, we need these type of soft skills as we're navigating through the algorithms, because the algorithms are so powerful, although they're created by us, by our habits, by our shopping and our scrolling habits. However, they have the power to influence. So what are some of the soft skills that are going to play big roles in this digital frontier? What do you think about that, Osoro?
Like I said earlier, that we need to ensure that we do not lose our voice. Our voice is showing up authentically. The way we tell our stories. You see, AI can give you, if for example you want a LinkedIn post or you are working on something online and you want AI to help you fasten the process. So it will give you prompts, or what if you say a story about this? It will jog your memory, but it won't tell you this. It won't tell the story the way you would tell it, the way it happened for you if it's an experience. And the empathy still remains. As much as we are teaching it, we can never give AI the human aspect. That remains for you. And showing up online, having the empathy, the ability to lead with humility, showing up authentically, and being intentional in how you do this, these ones will, AI will take you somewhere, but the soft skills will take you a step further. It will take you to rooms that, yes, people are talking about AI, but how do people relate with you? Are you relatable, or is it easier to talk to a computer?
Yes.
And all that. Yeah, that's my take.
Yes, because AI, the digital spaces create the opportunity for the in-person interaction, for uh, the actual projects, the work to be done. So I wanted to kind of expound on that just a little bit with I'm so sorry, Obangon Fawn. I saw that you wrote that AI behaves like its creator related to soft skills. Tell me what your thoughts are on that question, on the roles that soft skills are going
All
to play
right.
in the digital
Yeah.
frontier.
Thank you so much. So I have this quote. When you go out there, people say AI is biased and all. So I do say AI, it doesn't have a consciousness or memory of its own. So it cannot make decision whether agentic also. It only acts according to what it was pre-trained, how it was modeled to do. So AI is not biased. AI does not behave in a different way than its creator. So we used to do this experiment on our team. You go to ChatGPT, the image generator model, and say, hey, generate me the image of a boy in a classroom and all. So you're going to see a white boy 100% of the time. Why? Because that was what it was trained to know, that this is a boy, right? So those are biases, which is as a result of its creators. So we on the African continent, we the black people need to also train our own, or the creators need to bring into their training data that when you say a boy, it could be a fair, a dark, a colored boy, and all. So that is just an instance to show that where our soft skill. So AI is gonna behave like its innovators, like its creators. So that is why we as humans must work on our soft skills. We must work to improve ourselves. So when we build, what we're gonna build is after our own kind. So humans are creating AI after their kind, after their soft skill, after their beliefs and all. So
Yes.
we must improve our soft skill so AI will be better when we talk about ethical AI.
And I keep hearing the same themes arise, that we have to catch up. We have to build our own systems. We have to build spaces that actually reflect us, but then we have to do it with a sense of, just again, compassion, awareness, because even though we all share the same, we may share similarities, but our experiences can be vastly different. We can even come from the same neighborhood and have vastly different biases and perceptions of things. So having these conversations are so important when it comes to how do we build systems that actually work for us. And I'm going to take this to the next question. This segues into, and James, I'm going to hand this one over to you. When it comes to owning and managing, monetizing digital data, digital spaces, the next question is around policies. What policies, James, should be in place to protect young people's data and their sovereignty in this increasingly AI-driven world? What do you think about that?
Yeah, thank you very much. As an AI, this is my niche, and I think every nation of the world must have its own policies adapted to the intricacies of its own country, because people have different background, people have different values, people have different culture. Some people are from Asia, Africa, Europe. We have different history and we have different values and culture and tradition. So this tradition, culture, and values should influence the kind of policy framework that will guide the use, development, and deployment of AI system. In Nigeria, we have the National Data Protection Regulation, the NDPR. In Europe, they have the General Data Protection Regulation, and there are other similar policies across the continent. We have the national AI strategy in Nigeria, NICE. So basically, young people must understand that there are limits to the use of AI. For example, some time ago, one of my mentees came to me that she had a kid in the school that was given an assignment to write an essay. So she came to me that I should help her to develop a prompt that will help her elicit the essay from the AI system. And I told her, look, if I give you this prompt and you use the AI to write the essay, the essence of the assignment has been defeated. So in that essence, we must draft policies that encourage ethical, responsible use of AI system rather than abuse, because AI in its essence is meant to be like an intelligent assistant. It's not meant to replace you, it's not meant to undermine your creativity, it's meant to expose your creativity, to elevate your creativity. It's meant to help you to achieve problem solving skills that you were not able to achieve before. It's meant to help you simplify your taxes, to make your tax more efficient, more faster, and more productive. So if we not provide protection, regulatory protection to these young people, rather than helping them to unlock their creativity, their innovative ideas, will end up undermining their creativity, because everything they want to do, they won't be able to do it independently without using the AI system. So in that essence, one of the major policy that should be incorporated is the educational curriculum where teachers are teaching students on how to use AI system. They must be taught in a way that they can only use AI system to assist themselves, not to rely on it fully, not to become lazy, not to become intellectually indolent. They must use it in such a way that it only helps to unlock their creativity. It only helps to simplify their taxes rather than undermining their mind. So there are already policies in Nigeria and in other European countries in this regard, but we must do more. We must create more awareness. We must let people know that it is not enough to have an AI system. It is very important to use it ethically, responsibly, and professionally so that we can achieve maximum efficiency without hurting the natural talents of humanity. Thank you.
Right. That's great. And Victor, I want to take this one over to you. I want you to expound on that a little bit. What are your thoughts on privacy, protecting our youth privacy? What are some of the safeguards that should be put in place? What are your thoughts on that?
All right, so as far as data is concerned and youth kids data now, I think they should be handled like gold and diamond, like I said. Because this on the long run, these are kids and data is really important. And also there should be strict laws on consent. Okay, what are they using the AI for? Who has access to this data? Transparencies and the data usage as well. And also I think youth should be taught their digital rights, because on the long run, when they understand what privacy is, they can know that okay, yeah, it's as important as knowing maths today. So do a recap, there should be laws for consent, who is using the data, what are they being used for, laws on transparency, and also they should be taught that digital rights.
That's right. And I like that because data privacy should be a part of the curriculum, as many other topics that are relevant to just safety and awareness. We're just 10 minutes away from ending today's amazing discussion. And I want to get to our very last question, which I think is a very powerful question. And I'm going to open this question up to the room, but I'm going to start with Duncan. And I want to know, what would a youth-led innovation ecosystem look like? And how can we enable that? So what does that mean as far as funding, support? What does that look like, Duncan? A youth-led innovation ecosystem. Tell me your thoughts on that.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just have one takeaway for that. Open source, open source, open source, open source. Because we are in an era whereby the moment we avail our knowledge, now what we need is actually what we call like sandboxes now to take ideas to the next level. So literally having an entire pipeline with open source infrastructure, either to incubate ideas or to build these innovations to the next level. That's going to be one of the biggest assets in our era, from research to product development or service monetization. So having an open source infrastructure is gonna really make and contribute to the future Africa we want to see, or the future world we're gonna be. And then secondly, personally, I envision a future-led innovation ecosystem whereby creativity is gonna be like the greatest commodity in our coming era. Uh, if anything is going to be really, really standing out, is going to be creativity. Then third, the greatest commodity that we're going to have in our ecosystem, if we are innovating, is going to be identity and culture. Who are we by a given location, and then what we call our intangible heritage. And that is one of our strengths that we envision at our company, Aperture Studio. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Victor, I want to get your thoughts on this as well. What do you think are ways that we can support our youth as they lead the innovations coming? What are the ways that we can help support them?
All right, so I think building venture studio goes a long way. So we need to create a roadmap that works. So it's not just from high school to college and to the marketplace. No, everything has changed. So we need to create a venture studio that is focused on getting these youth from the grassroots, teaching them the rudiments, how to build a business, right, and how to leverage your AI and every other existing deep tech tools out there. So venture studio is a big win. If we can do that in a successful way in Africa, trust me, Africa is gonna go a long way.
Yes, absolutely. El Soro, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes. The problems we face are different every day. And as much as we have made the mistakes in the journey of AI and we continue learning from them, I think a youth-led innovation ecosystem for me would be letting the youth prototype solutions for problems they face every day. Because I think we should let them mess up and play with it, but under observation and mentorship. We should trust them because if you, as a teacher, if you have empowered your student to do the best and given him all the right tools, and you're there for him from in terms of mentorship, if he needs everything, he comes to you. I think you let them go, and if they build and prototype solutions for their problems, the problems they will face at that time, I think there won't be really a need to predict the future because they'll build it. That's my thought.
That is so excellent. And teaching them to, focus on relevant problems, because that's just what it is. taking what we are struggling with, what we're challenged with, what our community is lacking, and fulfilling the need. That's what business is all about. James, I want to hear your thoughts on that. I want to just get some final thoughts from the group, but what are your thoughts on equipping our students, trusting them to iterate, overseeing their process, but allowing them full creativity to see who they are, see what they can achieve, and how we support that process? What does that look like for you?
Well, for me, it looks like a gathering of young people who are talented, who have the drive, who have the energy, with the right mentors, given the platform in form of an enabling environment in terms of internet, in terms of gadgets, in terms of technology, to build without restriction, to innovate and to develop tailor-made solutions to problems that are affecting that environment. Problems are not generic. Problems are unique to their environment. So in your own environment, there must have been problems that you have identified. For example, in Nigeria, someone developed a multimodal uh, language, text-to-speech language system that can help people of different languages to speak and get their feedback in English. So for people who don't hear English, they can speak in their local dialect, and the response will come out in English. That is a way of expanding access to technology for people who are underrepresented and who are based in the local community. So there must be an enabling environment in terms of infrastructure, in terms of mentorship, in terms of funding and support. And these people must have the basic talent. It does not necessarily have to be whether they are technical or they are doctors or they are professionals. As long as you can build something, whether you are a Python developer, you are a machine learning engineer, it does not matter your background. What matters is as long as you have the basic skill to innovate and you have a problem you want to solve, then it will give you the enabling environment with the right mentorship and a reward system for the best innovators so that we can encourage these people from time to time. And it shouldn't be just a program. It should be from period to period. It should be like maybe 3 months or 6 months so that we can then create a culture of a reward system where the best innovators are identified and rewarded, and potential innovators are also encouraged to do the same. In doing that, we will be able to have a pool of innovators that are not only innovating AI, but developing tailor-made solutions for the development of their system and society.
Thank you so much. I look forward to replaying this and just writing down the gems that I received today. Um, with just a minute or two left, I just wanted to kind of leave off with a final thought. I want everyone, all of us adults, to ensure that we are creating the most secure, solid foundation for our youth, that we're doing it with intention, with heart. We're not perfect people. We're not here but we are powerful people, and we are capable of doing amazing things, and our youth deserve to be passed down a legacy that they can continue to build and thrive from. So I just want to thank all of you here, my digital family, my GatherVerse family, for joining today and sharing your insights and your experiences. And I hope to connect with each of you, because I definitely have learned, and I know that I'll learn so much more continuing on and collaborating. I look forward to that, and I hope that you all enjoyed this gather. Our gather was well. I will see you all in the digital
Yeah.
spaces. Have an amazing day. Thank
Also,
you,
bye.
family. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for hosting us.
Hello and greetings. Welcome to the first fireside chat for Day 4 GatherVerse Youth Summit. With me, I am joined with the remarkable Dr. Joy Davis, and it's such an honor to have you here. And before we just kick off with our fireside chat, I'd like you to introduce yourself. Tell us who you are. Okay, she's coming back. All right.
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, hello.
Sorry, Dr. Daniel, I've muted my microphone there for some reason. I don't even know what happened. I was speaking to myself about 5 seconds there. So,
I can
but
hear
yeah,
you just fine. Hello.
Yes, we're back. Yeah, kindly tell us who you are, Dr. Joy, and why you're here. We're very excited to have you here. So, Dr. Joy, the mic is yours.
Great. Thank you so much for having me here, Lynn. It's a pleasure to meet you and to speak with you. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Danielle Joy Davis. I'm a tenured full professor at St. Louis University in St. Louis, Missouri, in the United States. And I'm excited to be here because a lot of my research and a lot of my service over the last 20 years have centered upon uplifting youth and engaging youth in STEM activities in new and innovative ways. And even though for the most part I teach graduate students, I still work with youth regularly in terms of STEM education and particularly connecting STEM to community engagement. That's something that's very important to me and something that I try my best when I work with youth to help them make the connection between the science and how can this serve my community? So I'm happy to be here and to join the conversation in this awesome youth summit.
Wow, that is very impressive and admirable. I wouldn't want another person who would done this fireside chat with than you. So we're going to talk about rising together, guiding the journey forward. And I just want to kick off with this question. With the body of work you've done, with the research in academia, what does it really mean to lead with heart and curiosity in the world that often demands speed without depth?
Yes, that's a very good question, And one thing that helps me understand and to answer this question best is to think about what we have at St. Louis University. It's a Jesuit institution. Jesuits were the Society of Jesus, right? So basically it's a Christian university. And one thing about the Jesuits is it's very centered upon issues of social justice. So how do we use our science, our theories, everything that we do to promote equality, equity, fairness, righteousness in the world for the greater glory of God, right? And I think that that helps me understand and answer this question because in a sense you cannot lead fast too fast, right? Because if you lead too fast and do not take into account the entire human person, their history, their experiences, their needs, their concerns, you're going to end up missing something, right? And that's one aspect of Jesuit education is teaching people how to have all that in the back of their minds as they lead, as they innovate, as they go out and make positive change in the world. Yes. So from my perspective, one of the past panels that you had, I think only an hour ago, one of the young people mentioned the importance of empathy and soft skills. And I loved that, right? Because, yes, I love that because I feel like in terms of sustainability in our society and in terms of promoting positive, sustainable change and mental health, mental wellness, that we do need to go deeper and to consider the whole human person and go deeper in terms of understanding each other, working with each other, collaborating with each other. And sometimes technology does not allow us to do that well. We have to come face to face with each other and get our hands in the trenches and create good together. So that's the way I would answer that question.
Let's see.
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
We had some technical difficulties. These things happen, but please continue with what you are saying kindly.
Yes. I think I'm
Okay, we can't hear you. Your mic is muted.
Oh.
Sorry about this, Doctor. We have, like I said, we are having difficulties. I'm also a moderator. Lynn's a moderator, so we're trying to sort things out in the behind the scenes, and we're having difficulties trying to do that. So,
Russell, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
good.
Okay. Yeah.
I can hear you fine. Yes.
Fantastic. So, I want to go on to the next question, Dr. Daniel. I have been listening to what you're saying, and even behind the scenes, what does it mean to sort of lead with heart and curiosity in a world that often demands speed over depth? I mean, we're talking about before collaborating and the internal side. So, what does it mean to lead with heart and curiosity in the world often demands speed in terms of over depth? Could you answer that question for me?
Yeah, well, I think, as I mentioned, one thing that is very important is to focus upon empathy. So leading with depth, right, requires us to be empathetic, requires us to consider the whole person, to consider our communities, and to actually genuinely work with people directly and their communities directly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and that takes time. That takes time. You cannot understand a person or a community's experiences. You cannot understand their concerns. You cannot understand their needs in a speedy way. If it's going to really speak to their hearts, that's going to take time. So that's the way I would answer that question. I think that genuine engagement is the answer to that question. Community engagement.
Community engagement, empathy,
Yes.
leading with heart. But I guess my next question is, what does it mean to be truly connected as humanity, right? We're talking about collaboration and bringing humanity together. What does it truly mean for that, like as connected as a humanity?
I think that is multifaceted. Okay. I think one part of us connecting as humanity, and I'm thinking about my own personal experiences as well as what I've observed in the world. I think that one part of that is moving outside of our comfort zones, right? Be willing to move outside of our comfort zones and to understand others, to work with others, to stand side by side others. And I may be different from you or someone else, but still by standing side by side with you and learning about you and learning about your thoughts, your dreams, your concerns, what's important to you, by understanding that's going to, in my mind, and in anyone who takes that step forward to mine, that's going to expand your dignity as a human being, and it's going to make genuine connections even greater and more meaningful. I have an example if we have time for my example.
I think so. Yeah, I think we have a few minutes, so
Okay.
please, I'd be interested to hear, and
sure.
and also just by the way, just to kind of add on what you're saying, absolutely, I think it's really important if you put yourself in someone else's shoes, you can understand them as a person and stuff. So please do provide us your example, because I'm curious to hear what it is.
Yes. Well, since this is a youth summit, I
Yes.
will draw upon my experiences when I was a youth. Okay.
Okay.
Once upon a time, yes,
Yeah.
I was 18 years old. I was 18 or 19 years old.
Okay.
Once upon a time.
Okay. It's like kind of like a style of a fairy tale or something. I'm liking this. Continue.
Yes. So once upon a time, when I was 18 or 19 years old, I was a freshman at Webster University, right?
Okay.
And when I first started university, my first semester, my grades were, it was challenging for me because I basically joined the pom pom squad. Pom pom girls are the girls who dance with pom poms during football games, right? So
Okay.
those girls who
Yeah, like a cheerleader. Yeah.
Exactly. And apparently, I had trouble balancing being a pom pom girl and making good grades, right? So,
Okay.
first semester and a half were not quite great. And at one point, I thought to myself, I know I can do better than this. I know I can do better than making C's, right? I know I can do
Yeah.
better than this. So, I thought to myself, well, birds of a feather flock
Flock
together.
together.
Say. So I looked around myself and I asked myself, okay, well, who in my space appears to be making straight A's and who in my space appears to be very work oriented and wanting to study regularly, because clearly that's what I need if I'm making C's, right?
Yeah.
For us in St. Louis, Missouri at that time, and this may sound mighty stereotypical, but the people who were making A's were the Asian students. So I thought to myself,
Okay.
they are making A's in my space, and that's what I want to do. I guess I need to make them my new friends, you know? So I had to, as an African American woman and a woman whose family has been here in the United States hundreds of years, so I'm not a new immigrant at all. Okay, as a yes. So as a African American woman, as a young person, I had to move outside my comfort zone, and when I saw the Asian students in the library, I had to say, okay, you know what? The only people in the library at 1 a.m. were me and this group of Asian students. That's it. Everyone else was gone, right? So I said, I need to make a step forward to befriend them. And I did. One day, they had a room at their study table. So I just sat down and said, hi, I'm Joy. And from there, a friendship began. And not only that, but they were just so thrilled and excited that an American, not just an American, but a Black American was in their space and wanted to engage with them, and I was ecstatic because I thought to myself, look at this, I'm not being turned away. I'm not being treated poorly. They actually want me to be in their study group, right? But then I had to take a leap of faith to not assume that just because they were Asian, just because they were from Thailand, that they would reject me or that we had such stark differences that we couldn't communicate. That was not true. Not only did we communicate, but guess what? I went from being a C student to a straight A student. I became a part of their culture. I was the only Black person in the Thai Student Union Association. Okay,
that's amazing.
And other people were like, is she Thai? That is the darkest Thai person I've ever seen. But again, I think that story is a demonstration of how, regardless of our race or culture, that sometimes we need to humble ourselves and say, you know what? Let's be side by side with another group and let's just learn.
Sure.
Just share. Let's just share. And that's my example.
Well, Dr. Daniel, on that note, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off. But
Okay.
It was such an amazing story. Thank you for sharing that. Really appreciate it. And you know, the old saying is, you know, you become the 5 most people that you hang out with. Yeah, I'll end things on that note. So thank you so much, Dr. Daniel, for joining us. Please, everyone, go and follow Dr. Daniel on LinkedIn. Support her. She's amazing. And also check out the website below, as you can see as well. And on that note, thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Daniel. And I will see you guys up next for the roundtable discussion of Children of the Metaverse. So see you guys very shortly. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to GatherVerse U Summit Day 4, Week 2, and what an amazing few weeks it has been so far. And I'm joined with an amazing roundtable panelists here. So thank you to each and every one of you for joining us today. And on this roundtable discussion, we're going to talk about children of the metaverse. So very excited to be talking about this. Paige, good to see you again. Louise, Brandon as well. Tiff, Tess, thank you for all joining us. What we're going to do is we're going to do just a quick 30-second introduction from each of yourselves. We'll then get into the questions. And yeah, I will hand the microphone to Louise, who's this side of me right here. So we'll start with yourself, Louise. Please introduce yourself and welcome to GatherVerse Youth Summit.
Hi, great to be here. Hi, everyone. So my name's Louise Edwards, and I am a high school science teacher turned virtual reality developer focused on kind of the educational VR, and with my creative partner Tiff, we translate expedition experiences, particularly in oceans and polar areas, into VR experiences to bring people closer to our planet.
I think it's amazing what you do, Louise. Obviously, this is the second or third time meeting you now, so thank you for joining us once again, and love what you're doing as well, Louise. Paige, please introduce yourself, and great to see you again as well, Paige.
Thank you, Russell. It's great to be here amongst good friends and new friends. And I am the founding director of Better World Museum. It's a multi-platform and in real life initiative to empower people using creative technology.
Sorry to jump in, Paige, but you seem to have frozen. So you might want to go out. If you go out and then just come back. Oh wait, no, you're back. You're back. Wait. It looks like we're having latency issues here. I'll tell you what, I'll go to Brandon and I'll come back to you. Brandon, please introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, I'm Brandon. I'm the co-founder of Spatial Grow. We're based out of Memphis. I'm an educator and technologist, and so my main area of expertise is AR and VR. And a lot of what we do is just build experiences, mainly around ag and sustainability, just allowing the students to have a space where they can make mistakes and learn new things. And so when they actually do work with plants and fish and all these things, they at least feel experienced by the time they get to that point. And so we have a classroom platform and just a few tools for both the students and the teachers to sort of make all that easy.
That's fantastic. And thank you for joining us, Brandon. And Paige, shall we try again? Please introduce yourself. Let's start again.
I'm hoping this works. Good to be amongst good friends and new friends. I'm Paige Danziger, founding director of Better World Museum, Horizon Art Museum, Women in Horizon. I'm on the leadership of XR Women. And right now, my passion is Coral Collective, a collaborative community initiative to teach women and diverse people and young people, teens, world building using AI tools by creating a coral reef.
That's amazing. Yes, fantastic, Paige, without latency as well. So amazing. And thank you for joining us, Paige.
Right.
Tiff, please introduce yourself and welcome. And yeah, it's great to have you with us for GatherVerse Youth Summit 2025.
Thanks Dressel. Thanks, everyone. As Lou mentioned, I am Tiff. I co-founded Three Otters Media with her, and we make video games like the one behind me with orcas so that people can experience the oceans and our planet in a way that is otherwise inaccessible, right? That's why we're leveraging these technologies and these different mediums. My specialty is kind of everything except the tech. I'm the analog story side. And I have personal experiences where the ocean, caused me to leave a really unhappy life as a lawyer and just like go all in on a, happy blue career. And so I try to create those same connections for people who might use our experiences through headsets and through different media so that they too can have that without having to necessarily, explode their lives too.
Well, thank you for joining us, Tiff. Really appreciate you being with us and co-founders with Louise. Now, Tess, please introduce yourself.
Hi, yeah, I'm Tess McKinney, and I run a company called X Renegades. What we do is we go in and we help K-12 and colleges and universities implement their XR labs. We do a lot of outreach with K-12 education and making sure that kids have the opportunity to have these kinds of technologies in their hands. After we do a lot of setups of headsets, and after 25, we donate a headset back to a school. K-12 only right now, but hopefully that changes the way that kids can get access to all these wonderful applications that the rest of these people do.
Absolutely.
So I'm super excited to be here. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us, Tess. And quick introduction for myself. My name's Russell. I am the co-founder and chief visionary officer at GatherVerse, and basically we are building the AI trust layer for AI and humanity, basically. And I'm also the director of partnerships at GatherVerse, where I handle all the partnership side for GatherVerse and all the summits that we do and all the events that we have. So on that note, now let's get into these amazing questions that we have. So the first question is as follows. What role should parents and educators play in guiding children's digital footprints in virtual spaces? Very interesting question. And I think we'll start with you, Paige, because you're very eager to get involved. So I'm only joking. But no, please, yeah, we'll hand over to you, and then we'll go over to Louise after as well.
Right. Well, what role should parents and educators play in guiding children's digital footprints in virtual spaces? I would say provide a positive and collaborative space to do that.
Okay.
Having tools is one thing, but also the encouragement. For instance, I just watched this awesome video of a woman and her tween daughter who build worlds together in Horizon Worlds. They've not only
it seems like you're having latency again. Louise, please, what are your thoughts on this question?
Yeah, well, I think it needs to go both ways. I think parents, educators, and all kind of involved adults really need to be involved, as well as the youth, because like we're all kind of on this frontier together. Like none of us really understand what safety looks like and what the power is of these. They're all happening at the same time. I mean, certainly in the classroom, like there's so much in terms of digital safety that people are trying to get into classrooms is really difficult, very changes with the jurisdiction. And most teachers, like we don't really know what's happening, and most parents don't really know what's happening.
That's true.
And I think, as Paige was starting to say, this collaborative approach, not ignoring it, not trying to tell the kids that we know better than them either. Like, just it has to be this conversation. And that's brought into every aspect of our kids' and adults' lives, because it's new for all of us. So, like, as Paige was saying, like bringing these technologies into the classroom, but making sure that we're recognizing the possible risks and responding to them, and helping helping people kind of navigate these really complex spaces. So in short, parents and educators have to play a huge role, because they're the adults that spend all the time with kids.
That's true.
And kids are experimenting and exploring, and they're the people who are going to be trying these things out for new, but they don't necessarily have some of those critical thinking skills to make those decisions and those judgments for themselves. Whereas the adults may have more of those cognitive powers, but they're not experimental in the same way. Typically, they're not going out and pushing these boundaries, pushing the envelopes of how these spaces are used. So having these places where kids are never going to invite us into their kids spaces, but and nor should we expect them to, but having places which are actually designed for that multi-generational experience, I think, is really going to be critical.
No, I agree. Honestly, I really agree in terms of, we should be providing children with, VR headsets and, with the glasses and, where the future is going, and, including, with AI as well. I mean, we spoke about that in the first roundtable, right? In terms of, we were speaking about, what is safety within AI, right? No one could really answer it completely fully. But the point on what you're getting at is, we need to educate children, even with the AI side, but also from the VR and the virtual space aspect, because this is the future that they're going to be living in. They're going to be walking around with glasses that, the likes of Meta are going to create or have, and you're going to be walking around with them everywhere you go, from AR, VR, and also XR. So I completely agree with what you're saying, Louise, and, it has to start from the place which is most safe, which is schools, education, and home. So I completely agree with you in terms of that aspect. Completely. Tess, what are your thoughts on this as well? Please share your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I think it while there's great education, or all of us on this call have great education because we've been in this space or whatever. I think it's very beneficial for parents and educators to listen to the experts. There's a reason we're interested in this stuff, and like for the experts to have those guides for those parents. It's a tool, definitely, and kids are going to go and look at it no matter if we regulate it or we don't. And so, the experts that we all are, my advice for any parent out there is to go and find those experts, and they may not be at your schools, they might be only at your universities, but there are a lot of people in our space who have those kind of guidelines. It is definitely the Wild West out there. I mean, sometimes I'm like sitting in VR and I'm like golfing, and there's like a 10-year-old standing there right next to me. So it needs to be like a safe space. And like, even if you're a gamer and you're in this space, maybe realize that there are little kids in this space as well. So maybe just having, being a better person and knowing that there are maybe not age appropriate kids in the space that you're in. So just being, I guess, respectful and that kind of thing, and, guiding those kids. I do have like a software that does a lot of like psychology and that kind of thing within VR. And so they're kind of prepped. They have kind of guidelines or whatever that they understand, that they're in a safe space. And there are specific rooms. I do like the what Paige said about having a parent and or a guardian or an educator who build rooms with the students, and kind of having that conversation of understanding, hey, you are in like an internet chat room. I mean, like, I remember being a kid and being having an internet chat room and like not knowing I mean, there weren't rules, and there really aren't, again, with this. So just, having that conversation with your kids, just like you would if it's stranger danger, kind of thing or whatever. It's the same in the virtual world as it is in the real world. So
Would you just a quick side question, like, for example, we were taught, like, how to cycle and the safety of cycling and stuff like that. So very similar to that kind of sort of concept,
yes.
right?
Yes. Yeah. It's just like social media danger, having that conversation with your kids. I don't have kids, but I have that conversation with my niece and nephew all the time.
Yeah.
make sure that you're safe online. Make sure you don't give out information, or you don't say, oh, I went to X military or, elementary school, or, those kinds of things, and not just like password safety, that kind of thing. Um, just still applies here. And it applies, I think people really don't think about it like that. They're like, oh, I'm at home, but I'm online, no one can see where I am. Well, lots of people can. So just kind of having that conversation with your children is great.
Yeah, no, I honestly I 100% agree with that, and thank you for sharing that. And Paige, welcome back as well. We're gonna go on to the next question now, which is how can metaverse platforms offer children safer and more community-driven digital spaces? So we'll head over to Tiff, and then we'll go over to you after Paige, and then Brandon, we'll be heading over to you on our next question. So, Tiff, what are your thoughts, obviously, on this question?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's very much a continuation of the discussion we're having, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people think that adults make it safer, and while we want that to be true, that doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Like I think of a community maybe like the LGBT community, right? Like maybe there's a kid who needs to find community digitally because he or she or they don't have one physically, and that is going to maybe be saving for them, but maybe that's incompatible with the adults in their life. And so what is safe for them is going to be different in the eyes of who's answering the question, right? And I think it's complex. I don't think it's that simple. And it also, of course, is age, it's linked with age and different things. I know that Lou and I have done a couple different showcases for kids of various ages and students of various ages in person. And I think platforms where everyone's trying it out together feels like it's a pretty safe space and open, especially if it's, like we talk about the oceans and like wonder and awe. So it's generally pretty safe to approach, but there are for sure spaces that aren't. So I don't really have a great answer for you because I think it's a really complex question.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's no right or wrong answer, right?
Yeah.
It's just kind of like what your lens is and what your point of view is, and maybe one point, kind of add to your point where having similar age groups in certain rooms and stuff like that, that's a fantastic idea. So it's kind of like, okay, secondary school. Well, I'm talking about the UK here, so I'm not talking about the US, but secondary school here in the UK, right, which would be sort of ages 12 to 16, maybe. That's $1 group. You guys can go to that room, and then 12 to, let's say, 7 can be another room, and then 7 to younger could be another room, right? So I think that's a fantastic idea, because then that way then you can create that safe environment where it's all similar ages. You're not having just random adults coming in, and then again, that could be a safe way in being able to do that and having a more community-driven space, for example.
Yeah, and I think you could also have like mentors that might not be the adults in each kid's actual space, but mentors who understand the digital realm and whatever topical thing is in the space to help guide it, right?
Yeah.
Like if I was in a BIPOC community chat, I would want a BIPOC adult to be talking to me.
Exactly. I'm Paige. Like I said, welcome back, and it's good that you're not having any more latency issues, which is fantastic. So, please share us what your opinion is on this. How can metaverse platforms offer children safer and more community-driven digital spaces? I mean, me and Tiff were talking that. So, what are your thoughts?
Sure. Actually, I really want to build off of Tiff. She had some wonderful points in talking about age stratification, and that could really happen easily through a back end, right? So where you're able to like just toggle your age preferences, and your instance would be filtered in that way. Another way that platforms could really help is I've always admired platforms that include sort of like maker camps or maker boot camps for young people, so that young people who are leaders today are immediately channeled into being creators rather than consumers. And then young people will be creating the worlds that they want to see and frankly deserve. So, and that their voices are heard. I think that that educators have a wonderful opportunity right now to uplift young people by developing leadership roles in which young people are actually facilitating those boot camps. So again, that goes back to what Tiff was saying about that peer learning or peer mentorship. Every moment, truly every moment in the metaverse is an opportunity for a mentoring experience, whether it's through an independent or individually played game or a group that is learning and building and creating together. So
Interesting.
maximizing these moments, these opportunities through creative gameplay, through that education, entertainment, through facilitating young people's voices who are already leaders today.
Brandon, I kind of want to pass this question to yourself as well, and thank you for sharing that page. I want to kind of ask you a bit of a side question here, kind of a bit of questions of the main questions, which is, we're creating these fantastic safe spaces for children and for younger generations, etc. But where does AI play within all this? Like, how does the creativity aspect, from that creativity side, how does AI play within that?
I think currently it's sort of demonized in schools. You have split decisions on teachers really loving it or teachers really hating it. And I think eventually it'll sort of turn more towards students will be able to create their own learning pathways. And it won't be what can I learn? It'll be how do I want to learn it? And we'll be able to create these worlds in a sense where it's like, if I do want to go to the moon and learn about what the dark side of the moon looks like or whatever it might be or what Mars looks like, I can literally just create a course the moment I get to class and be able to generate this entire world for me. And then the next day I come into class, I could be learning about any of the other planets or any other galaxy. And so the ability for students to get excited about school is sort of what AI opens up, because teachers don't have to be 100 different things at once. They can be facilitators on how to use these tools for students and sort of let them dictate their learnings. Of course, with a sandbox, if you will. So there's still boundaries and stuff. But
sure,
the moment you deal with students, they're going to break any kind of boundary you really have and sort of figure out what's behind that. And that's where real learning gets into it. And so I don't really know where that takes us, but AI is going to let us the magnitude of that with AI is just going to, be huge. And so that's sort of where I see all that.
No, I appreciate you answering that side question. Like I said, it's not one of the main questions that we have, but I think it was important to cover, right? Because I mean, AI is changing the experiences and everything, which we all have, including for younger generations. So, it's like how you said, there's a safe way in which that can be done, aka like how you say in the sandbox, and then also at the same time, we don't want it to be sort of freely open, so to speak, and because obviously if that could happen, then that can have ramifications for the younger generations potentially. So let's go on to sort of like let's switch gears a little bit now and go into the next topic, which is how do we protect children from algorithmic manipulation in metaverse advertising and content? So we'll be heading over to Louise on this question, and then you also, Tess, and then Tiff will be heading over to you on the next question. And also, just before we get into Louise quickly, Dr. Daniel, who was on our previously fireside chat, she says, "What a great virtual conference! What an interesting panel." So thank you for watching us, Dr. Daniel. I just want to give a quick shout out to Dr. Daniel there. So, Louise, please share your thoughts on this question.
How do we protect anyone? Like, I mean, it's like, it's not just
Exactly.
children. Like, we are, again, it comes back to that, what I was saying with the other one. Like, we are all, everything's changing so fast. We are all fairly ill-equipped to kind of deal with a lot of this stuff, which is a shame because it's really hard to, because we're still in that transition stage as educators, and I'm not a parent, so I can't speak to it from a parental perspective, but we are kind of trying to transition from that stage on the stage to this more kind of collaborative approach to learning, and for a lot of reasons, because like the world changes at such a rate. Like we don't have this kind of static stuff that, you know, we can say as we get older we have this expertise that we're going to kind of translate to the younger generations. That's not true anymore. Like we are like all facing this together, and we have different generations have different tools to manage that. And I think protecting, I think it's really hard, apart from like the only thing I can see in that, the only path through is not even thinking about it so much in terms of the specifics, but these really basic tools to deal with a changing and uncertain world. So how do we respond to any new information? Like how do we look for sources of evidence and validity? Like what are it's like going back to old school history class when someone was like, this is how you analyze a source to tell a story. Like
yeah,
those
that's true.
skills are so super important and applicable to all of this. And I think we can use digital environments, virtual environments, and certainly video games and these tools to really start asking these questions and using these as examples. But I think as a general thing, it's more of a question of how do we prepare our children, and as adults, how do we learn how to manage this world of change and uncertainty and still make good choices within it. Like I think that we have to kind of, because everything's so crazy, we have to abstract the problem a little bit in the answer and really think about like how we deal with new and unfamiliar things.
Let me sorry, I just have a follow-up question on that. I mean, I kind of want to take a slightly different approach. Let's look at social media, for example, right? Social media has its own algorithms, right, so to speak. It's very similar. Like we don't really completely understand social media either, right? No. And that's the thing. So if we can't even get social media right, how are we going to do this for the metaverse, right?
But and that's why I say like these are the same problems. It's just because and with the application of it is changing. Like it's social media. It's the same thing. Like we're bombarded by this information that is not curated in the same way that we're used to information being curated. And so the ways that we question it is different. And those are the same issues we're dealing with in the metaverse. And we still haven't quite worked out how to kind of ask ourselves those fundamental questions, or we've forgotten, I don't know, but we need to start thinking about it in it's not just a metaverse problem. It's not just a social media problem. It's not just a something else problem that we're dealing with, like politics problem. Like we're still going to get stuck in our echo chambers. We're going to still get like have these same issues. So it's about how we think about everything has to kind of evolve so we can apply it generally to all of these things that we can't predict. We can't predict what's going to happen in 2 years and the kind of problems we're going to have to deal with. So how do we get this kind of VUCA approach to things that I can't even remember what the VUCA is. There's the something uncertainty, CA, like, but anyway, like everything's chaotic. So how do we?
No, I completely agree with you, Louise, and thank you for following up on that question, of also answering it. But I do agree, and that's the thing is if we can't even get social media right, I mean, how are we going to get the all the other stuff right? And I mean, and then you've also got AI and adding all that on top, and then let's say is AI going to be able to keep AI in check? And we've got all these different questions, and it's like we have more questions than answers. How you're saying, Louise, right?
In a more optimistic take on it, though, I think if we do get a handle of one of those, it will be a blueprint we can follow to get a handle on other things going forward.
All right, so we'll end on that night. Tess, over to you. What are your thoughts on this question? And then Tiff and Paige will head you over to you guys next on the next question. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So I agree with Louise. It's very hard to put a label. Like we really need, like I remember when I was a kid and there were like content labels on video games, and like you'd have a parent buy a video game because it was 16 plus, and we have guidelines on movies, and we have guidelines on television, and it took years for that to be figured out or whatever. And while she's right, we don't have years because it's ever changing so fast that you can't do that. I think some companies are doing really, really well on age appropriate limits, but how kids are, they find the ways around it, and they find they put in their birthday as 1980 when they were born in like 2015 or whatever. And
I
so
think we've all done that.
yeah, I mean, like we make things up because we get around it, but like I think there's a lot of policyholders and a lot of people in this space who are kind of having that like nutritional label or different labels for different applications. At least it's a guiding like barrier for some. I know they're on like certain rooms, like I played like some poker games before in VR, and then kids are in there and you're like, no, you shouldn't be in here, that kind of thing or whatever. And so even with like Rocket League, I know there are kids in there and they have their mics on, and I'm like, turn off your mics, please. But it's just having those kinds of and companies really need to focus on that. They need to like shut off the mics, don't have mics on games, and those kinds of experiences. But we have to make sure that we're protecting children in those instances. So maybe it's you have to have a login. I know we all hate logins or whatever, but we have to have a login with verifying that you are an adult in order to get into that actual chat room kind of thing. I know that's kind of a free reign space, but we're mixing adults and kids in a lot of spaces for like the metaverse. And so as an adult, if you're an adult and you're in the metaverse, just be very cognizant of who's listening. That's probably my biggest thing for a recommendation is there are kids in there, probably whether you like it or not. Just be very cognizant on who's listening, because small ears hear lots of things and then it kind of continues. But Louise is right. We do not, I mean, like, it is the wild, wild west for social media, the internet. We didn't really have like protocols around the internet for a long period of time. And the technology between AI and VR and the metaverse is moving so fast, lightning fast, that we can't make these policies. We probably should have started with the policies, but you know how technology is. It doesn't work like that. So we just need to take a page from the past and like speed it up a little bit. But like educators, I have educators that have rules for their classrooms with the VR. Having a management software I think is beneficial, especially in the education. I have parents who have management software so that they can regulate what their kids are seeing in those headsets. So just be aware of kind of like the space you're in and maybe have that management software. It definitely helps kind of lock those headsets down. So
no, I mean, like I said, I agree, and I think honestly, one missing layer and something that we're working on at Just Verify is we're creating the trust layer, right? Being able to sort of verify different models, etc. And is it safe to be used by children or not, for example. Obviously it's generally for humanity as a whole, of course, and we're focused on the human value aspect in terms of for yourself, does it hallucinate? What's the behavior of the model? Is it good? Is it not good, etc. These are all things that we're doing. So I think from a children's aspect, this would be something that we're working on. Just Verify would be a great tool in which can be used for protecting children and the younger generations when it comes to the AI aspect, at least, and even potentially AI inside the metaverse. So thank you very much for sharing that, Tess. We are running out of time slowly, but obviously we've got a bunch more questions to get through. So Tiff, Brandon, let's bring you on. Tiff and Paige, let's bring you to the next question. Then Brandon, we'll head over to you next, which is what measures can ensure that children. What measures can ensure that children from marginalized communities have equal access to metaverse opportunities? So Tiff, we'll head over to you next. And also, big hello to Majitsu as well. He says very interesting discussion. Well done to you guys. Thank you very much for the kind comment there, Majitsu. So, Tiff, let's have it over to you.
Sure. I don't think we can ensure equal access, right? That's the whole, the world is not equal, it's not fair, and it sucks. But what we can do is acknowledge that and build that into our plans and our development schemes and our funding, and directly look for schemes like that. So like Lou and I work with a nonprofit that focuses on women and girls in STEM, and particularly women and girls who might not be scientists, but we're trying to build ocean literacy and STEM literacy through VR, because they might not be able to pay to get that, you know, whatever coral reef experience in life. So maybe they jump into Paige's, you know, world that she's building, and they can still learn and they can still connect. And maybe when they get up to, you know, high school or university, they won't be at such a disadvantage. So I think we have to recognize where the lack is and build that in very meaningfully and intentionally as we create these worlds and as we create the physical opportunities that provide access. So like I'm going to Honduras in 2 weeks, and we're bringing 360, and we're going to do a quick edit, and we're going to show the local school kids what their underwater world looks like, because it's their backyard and they have never stuck their face down because they don't even have a physical mask, let alone a headset. Right? Those are those kind of access challenges, but also opportunities that we can build in if we're mindful about them.
That's a very interesting prospect you bring up there, and I think making things more accessible in general will be beneficial, regardless who you are or, you know, what age you are in terms of the younger generation side of things. So completely agree with you there, Tiff. And Paige, do you agree as well?
Certainly. I think that when one or an entity like Louise and Tiff's ocean endeavors are venturing into diverse communities, I think that it can only be a win-win. I have done some work similarly. We took a VR garden to 10 international cities, and within those communities worked with young people to participate in creating a drawing in the VR garden. That goes a little bit back to Dr. Davis's talk on like connecting through empathy, right? When we're co-creating, whether it's a coral reef or learning about ocean, we're really learning about empathy for each other and of our natural world, as well as the diverse people through our communities, right? Especially when we're creating together. Something I think a lot about, though, as a Better World Museum is like lasting impact. And so if these creator tools were independent from VR headsets, right? Because so few schools and libraries, museums and homes have VR headsets, but creator tools can also exist for virtual spaces through mobile devices, PCs, even the TV in people's homes for those who still have a TV, right? Imagine through Xbox, if you can create your world with your teen friends. And we know that you can, for instance, on Rec Room, right? Yeah. Or so creating that accessibility for teens and young people wherever they are with all tools that we already have. Right?
No, yeah, I mean, I agree, and you know, we're just gonna, I mean, I know I keep going back to AI, but you know, AI is like the big thing, and you know, having that available as well for the younger generations to use, and also within the metaverse too, and being able to use that in terms of like their own personal experiences, and adjusting their personal experiences and what that looks like. And I think it's just fantastic for them to be able to experience that and be able to use that, so that as Donald Trump has put into education now that everyone in the, I can't remember the exact age, but there's the age bracket which they said about kids like learning AI at a younger age and younger generation. So it's great to hear that and see that, as well as apparently China doing the same thing too. Go ahead, Paige.
Yeah, well, Trump also rolled back DEI, and I'm so in favor of AI, but I'm really in favor of DEI. So when we're meshing them together, right, and fusing them to make sure that, like the tools that we have, right, like through a mobile phone right now, and I don't work for Meta, but through Meta's new app that they just dropped today, right? You can just talk right into it and say, imagine this or that, right? So if you imagine a new metaverse world for you and your friends, using those tools to also create those worlds to be inclusive, GLBT friendly spaces, culturally vibrant, inclusive spaces, doubling down, tripling down on diversity.
Quadruple it down.
That's right.
Thank you so much, Paige, for sharing your thoughts and expressions there. And Brandon, we're going to head over to you now, and we've got a fire question for you, which is, how can immersive experiences help children develop cross-cultural understanding and empathy? This is a very interesting question. I did quite like this question. So what are your thoughts on this, Brandon?
For sure. And I think a lot of the other panelists covered a lot of the empathy and understanding portions of it. And just to highlight my own experience, right? I teach students who, some of them have never even left like a 3 or 4 mile radius of their own neighborhoods. And so to take them to the ocean, or to take them to the mountains, or to space, while they might not feel directly like empathy, they at least know that, their neighborhood isn't the entire world, and that there are other people that might be a little different from them. And so I think there are a lot of experiences, and anybody who seeks to get into education in this space probably built in, at least in some capacity, some kind of understanding of what they're passionate about, or who they're passionate, who they're working with and such. And so I think just exposure to people who might not be able to see the things in person of what you're building, and just getting them access to your experiences, whether that's through web or headset or whatever it might be, is super important.
What about like the cross-cultural part, like developing cross-cultural? I mean, what do you think? What are your thoughts on that aspect in particular?
Not particularly. Just using that same example, we have students in Memphis who now know what Swahili is and know how a tomato grows on the top of a mountain in Africa, because we were able to have some farmers who had visited the States come in and visit their school, and they were here for a conference and just talk about, this is one of their growing practices. And the students that we're working with are also at an ag school here in the States. And so it was super awesome, one, having to let students know how to navigate. It's 6 o'clock in the morning here and 12 o'clock at night there. So they had to sort of figure out how to navigate that, and then different soil conditions. And again, on top of the fact that a lot of the students they work with spoke Swahili as their main language. And so while they lived different and spoke different languages, they still had the same objectives of just growing food for whatever it is they were trying to get done. And so I think that, again, transcends into everybody's types of experiences. It doesn't have to be growing across the world. It could be just as simple as showing somebody what an experience is that they can't get to themselves. And so, yeah.
That's an interesting example, and thank you for sharing that, Brandon. And yeah, I mean, the all these tools and VR and AI and everything, I think they have great ways in being able to teach culture and teach different aspects, and they each have their own benefits and minuses, and it's just that balance of how do you want to use it, what is your use case, what do you want to use it for, and how can it help the younger generation in particular to learn, or to understand cross culture, or to learn about underwater and the issues that are going on with the planet, for example, and everything. So and Louise, we'll head over to you now, which is, how can the metaverse promote strong connection to nurture? Is it nature? Nature, sorry. Nature and the physical world. I can't even read now today.
Don't worry. Well, I guess my quick response to that, and a slightly flippant response, is, well, we hope so, because otherwise we've made some really bad choices. I think like both Tiff and I kind of got into this, I think, because we're lucky to have had experiences in the physical world that have developed our connection with the planet and nature, and that has really impacted how we interact and move through the world. And the decisions we make, and the things, and the empathy we have for animate and inanimate, living and non-living things. So that was always part of my life growing up as someone hiking, and then I became a geologist, mainly because I thought someone was going to pay me for going camping. And it's really informed my life choices. And then exploring VR and seeing people kind of build spaces and exist in these digital spaces, and get to share these passions and see and interact with these places in a much more tactile way. If you don't get to be lucky enough to live with trees, like it's so profoundly potentially impactful for people who don't have this firsthand. And we know from research that the impact that that nature and outdoors and the color green has on people's well-being and psychology, like I think that this is so important. And just building on what Brandon was saying there, like just exposing people to something that is beyond their everyday experience, be that social, natural, physical, like it just opens up your world. And makes it bigger. And I think that is, to me, one of the most appealing and promising strengths of this technology, is to be able to expose us and take us and transport us to places in really, really, really visceral ways, and build those connections with each other and this place that we live.
I completely agree in terms of, new experiences, virtual experiences. It allows you to connect with nature, not only just touching the grass, so to speak, as you say, but also being able to see what another place would be, or what another place could be. Like, what is it like to be in the middle of a desert? Or what is it like to be in the middle of the ocean, sailing somewhere as a pirate or something? Right?
Yeah, and we're building something that I get a coral experience, which is looking at coral restoration, and down in the Florida Keys. And like what we can do is we'll give people a picture of play with time, as Tiff always says. We can kind of play with time, and we can say if you do this, we can together as a community, we can achieve these things in the real world. And I think for me, again, it's a tool for us to feel connected with the physical world. I think that we can't forget that we do exist in this tangible space. But if you can kind of go in there and use that as a way to play with physics, to play with time, that gives us a more that makes us not just more empathetic, but that's really good, but also kind of have a pathway to how to act. I just get, sorry, I'm just getting so excited about this. This is what kind of gets me.
So Paige, she's like, yes, I'm on this as well. Yes,
Paige and I know that we're on the same wavelength about lots of things.
Yes, it's all about actions, measurable actions, and dispelling that inertia.
I love that very quick succinct there. Thank you very much. We're literally running out of time. We've got 3 minutes left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the next question, and I want to get 30 seconds from each of yourselves on this question, and kind of some just final thoughts, which is, what psychological effects might virtual interactions have on children's ability to form real life relationships? So we'll try and keep this as short as possible, so we can just get kind of each of your thoughts, and then we'll finish this out. So we'll head over to Tiff first, and then we'll go to Brandon, Paige, Tess, and then Louise, and then we'll finish off the roundtable discussion. So, Tiff, what 30 seconds? What are your thoughts on the psychological effects that might virtual interactions have on children's ability to form real life relationships?
I mean, I think there's definitely effects that we're already seeing with just Zoom and like pandemic and masks, right? Like kids now don't grow up how we all grew up, and they don't know how to interact in real life. Like they don't know how to be bored or sit and wait for something. So let's not try to bring it back there, because it's never going to go there, but we can leverage where we're at. And so we can, teach them how to read cues, or we can pair, like have everyone gather in a room and then get online together, but they're still in a room together. So we're helping them navigate that kind of border between physical and digital. I think we have to embrace that it's a new world, and we have to bring in some new tools to help kids adapt to that.
Brandon, quickly, your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I think any kind of barriers we introduce is only going to make it harder. Even if I was to turn my camera off now, it'd probably be easier to talk to y'all than it is on camera, and then so on and so forth. And the mannerisms is what does it for a lot of folks. And so when you take that out, especially at a young age, you sort of have everything that comes with that as they get older and not really knowing how to read, like it was mentioned earlier, cues and such. And so I think that's the biggest thing there for me.
Awesome. Thank you, Brandon. Paige, your thoughts? Oh, you need to unmute your microphone. There we go.
I think ultimately presence, participation, and whether that's parenting or school, just having authenticity, right? That young people will gravitate, trust you.
We've got to be quick, Paige.
Yeah. So creating spaces, as Sultan Sharif from who's leading the MIT Reality Hackathon at AWE once said about creating brave spaces, not safe spaces. The world's not so safe. So facilitating young people to create brave spaces, to be brave in and out of the metaverse, to use their voices, their tools as agents for change.
Okay, Tess, quickly over to you.
Yeah, so I think children need an anchor. They need someone in the physical environment that can help them with the digital environment. I think, as long as VR is a supplement and an addition, not like a surrogate, we don't just stick an iPad in front of their face, or we don't just give them a headset and be like, well, it's just you, it's you and you only, and you're in the digital space and there's no physical touch. Kids still need to go outside. Please send your kids outside. We made an app where we could actually run outside in the headset. We still want kids to be outside and breathe fresh air. So definitely still do that.
Thank you for sharing, Tess. And last but not least, Louise.
Super quick. It really depends on the design. Like, as everybody says, like, I don't think inherently it will have bad psychological effects or good psychological effects. But if we design it right, we can optimize it and make it a great tool to help our help our life in the physical world and enrich our lives.
Well, that's it from this roundtable discussion. Thank you to all the panelists here, and please follow each and every one on the LinkedIn. Obviously, search their name and obviously find them on LinkedIn. Follow them, support them, be a part of the ecosystems, everything that they're doing. Thank you so much, Louise, Tess, Paige, Brandon, and Tiff. And I'm going to hand back over to Christopher now, where some more great roundtables or videos or whatever it may be will be coming up next for you guys. So that's it from me and this roundtable discussion. Christopher, over to you. See you later.
What an outstanding roundtable that just concluded, titled Children in the Metaverse, to meet with those here at GatherVerse Youth Summit 2025, Day 4, Week 2. We're near the conclusion of Day 4, Week 2, but we have a very special invited guest, one who we enjoy so much that has spent time with us here at GatherVerse in times past. Many of you may be familiar with her, but with all of you that are here at GatherVerse.live new for the first time, And those that want to be re-familiar, we present Maria Villar. Maria, will you please let everyone know who you are and why you decided to show up to this fireside chat today?
Yes, of course. Hi, everyone. First of all, I accepted your lovely invitation, Christopher, so thank you. So my name is Maria Villar. I'm an electrical engineer. I have a very, I would say, technical, nerdy background. So my specialty, let's say, it's AI and robotics. And then I founded Immersive Studios, which is a company that develops XR solutions. And yeah, and I'm also part of I'm a board member of Immersive, where I represent Portugal.
Maria, we're so thankful to be able to have you join us today. We truly value your expressions of the things that you have to share and your stewardship and leadership when it comes to XR and frontier AI. I think there's never been more of an important time, just as it was expressed by the incredible minds that just assembled with us now on the subject of children on the metaverse. There's never been more of an important time for us to be able to cover these discussions and topics, because I have a sense, Maria, and I'd like to be able to get your perspective on it, that being that technology is moving at the rapid clip that it is and advancing in the capacity that it is, with the work that you're doing and you're seeing XR scale, but rather evolve differently in ways that many of us haven't even imagined because of the new tools that are influencing the ecosystem. What are you seeing at your lens, and how does that impact our youth for tomorrow prospectively?
Well, first of all, because I have this AI background, and so my background is in artificial intelligence. For me, it's an amazing experience to be living in this time where I'm still seeing all of these developments. In terms of immersive experiences, I feel like people are more and more open to it, and actually, that's our society is evolving on the same path as XR. So we want to feel more emotions. We want to have more immersion. And AI is also helping because we also want more personalization. So I feel like these two tools are going to help us shape the future. We just need to, of course, make sure that the ones shaping it have in consideration a lot of things like privacy, security. I'm sure we're going to talk about it, but also that have in the center of this of the design and building these experiences, like humanity. So that's what we strive for in your immersive, but also I know that's one of your values at GatherVerse. So we're human centric and we develop experiences for humans. So technology, it's a mean to an end, and we just want to make the best experience for all of us.
Indeed. You know, when I think about extending reality, or XR, audience for acronym for XR is extended reality, as I've said more times than I care to count here, is that if you're going to extend reality, then we must bring reality with it. And we think about the incentivation. You know, why do we extend reality in the first place? Naturally, it's for us to be able to share in community through human centricity, for us to be able to be together, to get more familiar with one another, if you will, and to be able to do it in an incredible landscape and environments, to build buy, sell, trade ecosystems, and to interact and engage, if you will. But here's the deal. I've been thinking even more and more about extending reality, and we've had many talks here at GatherVerse over the 31 global summits we've had, and you've been part of this as well, Maria. If we're extending reality and we're going to XR, and the idea, or part of the idea, is for us to be able to bond and to explore together, what happens when the human is replaced by machine?
Well, that's a good question, and I would say that it depends. Like all the great questions, I feel that's the answer for it. So of course, that AI is going to replace most of us on jobs that we don't want to have, on tasks that we don't want to do. But I feel it's a bit ludicrous thinking that AI is going to change everything and suddenly nobody's going to work or nobody's going to do anything. Of course, that's at the point that we're at with generative AI. AI is going to help, and it's helping all of us. but I feel that one of the really the advantage that this new technology brought is that as a society, we see that actually our human values like empathy are going to be more and more important in our day-to-day lives. Talking about ethics is going to be really important. So maybe it's good. So we can just give the tasks to AI that we don't really want to do. Some of the tasks that are maybe a bit more robotic. And we're going to see that as a society, the capacities, the skills that are going to prevail, that are really going to be important, are the ones that make us human. So I feel like technology, and of course I'm optimistic. I have a very optimistic view of how tech will evolve, but technology is going to shape and is already shaping our society. But it's going to be a very good transformation for us, because we're going to be forced to look into what is most important.
What are some of the pain points in scaling this experience? I know that through any industry, there's transition of scale of opportunity, but there's also certainly has its challenges with scaling. To lift a rocket from the earth, from the ground, takes tremendous power and tremendous resources to be able to do it. What are some of the pain points that you're experiencing as a leader in the Euro ecosystem and globally?
Well, I can give my European perspective, of course, but also a worldwide perspective. First, I feel like it's not just being innovative. You want to, or at least we want to be ethical innovative. So we want to have ethical innovation. So we want to make sure that everything that we develop is for the good of humanity. Of course, it can be a bit dreamy, or it can sound a bit crazy, but when we
Just a
develop
little,
this,
right?
just a bit. When we develop these XR solutions, in our case that we're talking about immersive technologies, this is going to affect directly our children, our friends, our colleagues, our families. So if we really want to make sure that we're innovative and that we're scaling our products and solutions, we need to think at the first. So we need to think on the step zero. How is this going to impact my family, my friends, really the people that are going to experience and they are going to be part of it. So I feel being ethic and at the same time being fast, because innovation requires velocity. I feel that's it's a challenge. Of course, that we also have the geographical challenge. So being innovative in Europe, unfortunately, it's not the same that as being innovative in the US. So we have a lot of regulation at this point, especially with AI. It didn't really affect directly XR. It affected, of course, indirectly. But yeah, in Europe, it's a bit more difficult to do this innovation in terms of velocity, because we have a lot of roadblocks, and we feel that sometimes we have laws that are regulating something that we don't really know what the outcome would be. So that's why at Euroimmersive we advocate for sandboxes, really, where startups and companies can really experience what would be the outcomes of their solutions, of their products. And then, for example, the EU Commission could evaluate and say, okay, it makes sense to create this law or another. So yeah, I feel we have this two big challenge. And of course, that I would say that the third one is that XR is evolving, and it's not like other areas. So we're still very in the beginning. So every time that we do a more innovative product, we're creating disruption. So we're advancing and we're figuring out different ways of doing the solutions that we're doing. So, and there's also not a linear path for the XR developers, for the XR designers. I feel that's a very good thing, because all of us come from different backgrounds. So I feel it's a very good community to be part of. But at the same time, we're still figuring out. So with every new product, with every new innovation, we're disrupting a little bit, and we're learning a little bit more of our own industry. So I feel we have challenge, of course, but I feel it's a very good time to be starting in immersive technologies. It doesn't really matter the role that you're going to be in, because we're going to need, of course, all of these different roles, from designers to project managers to developers. So yeah.
I find it fascinating, even in we're here in some thin layer of XR as we sit here today, in communicating that our predecessors, our elders, are never had the opportunity at our age to be able to convey and to be able to express and communicate. You and EU and Portugal, and me here in Mountain View in Silicon Valley, California. Maria, let's kind of look at this even closer together, can we, for a second, and lean in that I think about our youth. I think about all of us that build an industry. Partly why we do this is because we really like the technology as technologists, right? But the other part of it is I know, like you and all the work that you're doing, that you believe in social responsibility and innovative responsibility. Well, and all the obstacles that you just presented, that and the ones that they're seen and unseen when it comes to building, let's say in particular in Europe. What are we handing over to our generations? But more too closely to the point is, with the work you're doing, with all that you see in Europe, at the end of the day, what is it that you want to hand over to the generations to come? Because we're in the frontier right now, and there are things that are going to be innovated that none of us have thought of. And there's platforms and protocols and all that kind of good stuff, and designs that are just going to be like incredible, intense, and robots that we're going to be working and assisting with us. What do you want? What does Maria want? What does she want to say? Here you go. This is what we're handing off to you in the most awesome and cool way. If you can kind of touch on that.
Yes, of course. So with the work we're doing at Immersive Studios, we just want to feel that we left an impact. So not only on the companies, of course, our clients, but we want to make sure that the people that are using our solutions, our products, are really benefiting. And it's not just selling, it's really creating products and solutions that are going to be disruptive, and they're going to be the future, but in the present. And about our generations, our younger generations, I can say that I'm worried, and at the same time, I'm not. So I have mixed feelings, because on one hand, we're looking into, and here we can talk, for example, about Alpha generation, because they're even younger than the Generation Z. But we're looking into people that are very aware of topics that we took a lot of time to talk about. So we're talking about mental health. We're talking about inclusion. We're talking about diversity. So I'm not really worried, in a sense, if these generations become the future leaders in XR. I'm not worried, because I know that they know what the main topics, the important topics that we have as a society, climate change, for example. But at the same time, I'm worried because they lack, I'm going to generalize, they lack emotional intelligence, and they lack a few human values that I think are going to be useful for them. So remember empathy. I feel like these younger generations have difficulty communicating with each other and really putting themselves on each other's shoes. So if you cannot design with others in your mind, it's going to be a bit difficult to really create an inclusive solution, an inclusive product. So I feel it's a mix of both. I'm not sure what is going to happen. I feel like a lot of important topics were already put on the table. and that these generations are going to have a lot of work to do. But I'm excited to see, and of course, I'm excited to as always, as a leader, to support younger generations.
I think that's one of the most powerful expressions I've ever heard on a fireside chat, with the consideration that youth and design and creativity and collaboration, if we take away from that, just like we were younger, as Dixon mentioned, we used to play outside together, and now we're on our devices on TikTok and all that, which it is what it is. But as I really think about that impact, Maria, if it's not us collaborating with one another, there's a new species on scene, and it's a machine. And it can communicate with us, it can look at us, it can see us, it can see our disposition, our emotions, and it will one day believe that it has a disposition and emotions. And my point is that our youth and our children will have creative companions that are machines. And I think while that's fine to some degree, as long as safety and trust layer is there, it seems to me that there's no replacement for the human heart of creativity. And when you just shared what you shared, I think that's one of the most powerful things, and the need for not just for what we build, but what we build together. Does that resonate?
Of course, and you were talking about AI companions. I have a lot of things to say about that, because I feel, because these younger generations have trouble communicating with each other and really connecting with each other, I feel they're going to feel more comfortable connecting with their AI companions, because it's easier, because it's comfortable, because they don't really need to look into each other's eyes and talk. They just need to write, or they just need to speak, and they can actually program it so they always agree with them, for example. So I feel that these younger generations, if they are not aware on the path that they're walking, they could in fact become more like robots than the robots itself. So I feel it's a tricky path to go through. And we need to make sure somehow, because of course we don't have all the answers, but somehow to make sure that this connection between humans, younger ones, older ones, it's still happening. So we cannot replace the human connection with AIs or with robots, or it's not replaceable. Humanity needs to prevail. That's my message.
And it's a message that's well heard, Maria. Humanity needs to prevail. And with that, audience, do take time to follow this extraordinary human, someone that I have a great regard for, and truly is one of the most brilliant and forward-thinking minds in XR in Europe, and someone that operates in AI and robotics as well, and that has a real concern with implementation when it comes to social and human impact and betterment for good. And Maria, we're so thankful to be able to have you join us once again. Truly a heartfelt fireside. Thank you so much. We hope the very best for you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Russell Bundy and Wishborn, who are coming to join us on stage to be able to share a little bit of time with us towards the near closing of GatherVerse Youth Summit 2025, Day 4, Week 2. Our Gather was well, and may our Gather be well.
Wow, what an incredible fireside chat. And that was with Christopher and Maria. But at GatherVerse Youth Summit 2025, Day 4, we have an incredible guest with us today. And in this fireside chat, we're going to be talking about steering tomorrow, guiding youth in the era of AI, XR, and blockchain. And our guest with us is the one and only Wishborn. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself, and we'll get straight into this discussion because there is so much to cover and so many areas of technology to speak about. So,
sure. Long story short, I'm an AI software developer, tech founder, business owner. I work with youth, teaching kids self-defense, martial arts, and mindset training.
Awesome, and I love that. Very straight to the point, very simple. It's awesome, Wish. So, and also good to see you again as well, Wish. So,
of course.
Let's get into the discussion because there's so much to discuss. Which is, we'll start with in terms of AI and emerging technologies. How could you encourage more young people to engage in the development of AI and emerging technologies? What are your thoughts on that?
I think, well, one of the benefits of being youthful is that you have a little bit less fear. So as we age, we have a tendency to let our mistakes kind of get in the way and prevent us from learning newer things. Kids don't have that problem as much. Like that, you throw them into the deep end and they'll try to swim. Most of them will sink, but they'll try to swim. And that's kind of like how they go. Like I think we don't really have so much of a problem in trying to encourage that. Like that's going to be a natural movement for kids, especially as it becomes more and more trendy to use AI. I think the trick there is steering them in the direction that like a lot of the things that come up in here is like using AI ethically. You know, like making sure that they're using systems or steering them towards AI systems and platforms that have proper guardrails, you know, things like that. I think that's where the most of the work is done in terms of like onboarding a newer generation into this technology.
And how do you think we can guide, you know, not only just within sort of AI, but also, you know, blockchain technology too? Because, you know, something that I think about or do think about quite a bit is that, you know, all of these amazing technologies are coming together now. It's kind of like they're kind of all meeting each other. They're all getting within the glasses, for example. You've got the XR, you know, within those glasses, and you've also got blockchain, which can then, mix with AI, right, and all this sort of stuff. So how do we guide them in terms of all these sort of emerging technologies kind of like coming together as one?
Sure. I think a combination of programs, having good STEM programs in schools is going to be a big one. Here in Milwaukee, where I'm at, a lot of the local colleges are creating more and more just how to use AI programs. So it's not necessarily like how to be an AI programmer. It's just like, here's an introduction to AI, you know, like very simple courses that are open to everybody. And what's really cool about that too is that Milwaukee has if you're part of the Milwaukee public school system, then you have a pathway into the higher educational platforms.
Interesting. Okay.
So Milwaukee is fully embracing that. They recognize where technology is going, and they realize that in order for us as a community to work in that space, we have to make sure our youth, our coming generations, are prepared for that. And so they're putting a lot of attention into that. AI and blockchain, while they work together, they are kind of different beasts. Like blockchain doesn't have the dangers around it as much as AI does, you know. But at the same time, like I think encouraging more and more people to just explore technology is a good thing. And this might be a bit of a controversial take, but I think that kids are growing up right now in one of the best times they could possibly ever grow up. Like we have a lot of troubling times. Like a lot of things are really hard, maybe not as hard as they were, you know, 60, 70 years ago during, you know, or whatever it was when we had World War II and World War I. But troubling times make for more creative thought, right? So kids are growing up in this time, they have access to more resources, but they're also dealing with different kind of problems. So that's creating this more intellectual approach to how we enter the adult space. You know,
it's interesting you say that, because my I'll kind of use a personal anecdote and sort of my experience. And you know, my parents have said the complete opposite, right? When it comes to AI and stuff, they're like, well, I'm glad I lived in a time when internet and AI wasn't around, because I got to touch the ground and go outside, play and everything. So, so I'm just gonna kind of add a different sort of angle to this. What do you think about that sort of aspect of, like, some people are like on the opposite end, right? You're on the end of, oh, this is the best time to be alive, but older potential generations like my mom and dad, for example, they're more on the other side in terms of that side. So what are your thoughts on that?
This two thoughts on that, really. Part of that, I think, is people fear what they don't understand. And the older generation, there's a lot of people in the older generations that don't understand AI or tech in general. So when they're looking at younger generations, how enthusiastic they are in getting into that tech, it's a fear to them. They're like, oh my God, this is brain rot. This is bad stuff. In my experience, though, in working with AI and kids, like, it's not the technology that's the problem. It's how we set up that technology, right? So, like, fire is technology. You put fire in the right hands, it's a very powerful tool. You put fire in the hands of a pyromaniac, it's not a good tool.
Right. Yeah.
So
you're saying more kind of like the developer side, like more the people building the AI itself rather than the AI itself. Is that kind of like what you're saying, like in terms of potentially, for example, like the data that's put into AI and stuff like that?
Yes, exactly. So these people have real concerns, right? So the thought of people not being able to have better communication skills, to develop good communication skills by working one-on-one with people, which is a hard thing to do, right? And learning that, oh my God, I said something that offended somebody, I need to not say that again next time. Or AI is going to be like, oh, that was funny remark, like they're going to reward you for that, depending on the AI, of course, right?
Sure.
So those kind of like social cues and stuff like that kind of stuff could get met. But again, like depends on how that AI is programmed. Sparky, for example, on our Spark platform, he's there to be a mentor in helping you launch businesses, but he doesn't give you answers. He says, okay, this is what we're working on. This is why we're working on it. He's explaining all the different steps to you. So he's not just generating a business plan for you. He's making you a better entrepreneur. And I think that AI used properly, it's just another tool. Like if we set it up right, then we're going to empower generations instead of, we don't want it to be a prison, and we definitely don't want to have a scarcity kind of mindset where we're creating bars and prisons on purpose because we're afraid of this future. This future is coming no matter what. And either we find ways to embrace that in such a way to where we can guide it holistically and healthy, or if we let fear guide us, the people that don't really care about those things are going to be the ones that are dominating the space. You know what I mean? So it's like,
it kind of makes me think like of my younger self, right? Like if I was born right now and I'm thinking like I'm the younger version of me, right? I'm thinking, right, okay, I'm growing up in this AI age and this AI time. Like, I guess my question to you is, what advice would you give to me, for example, or even potential other young leaders, looking to create like an impact on humanity through AI and other emerging technologies like blockchain, XR, for example?
And I would say it's probably the same advice I would give people getting into tech, or getting into problem solving in general. Get married to the problem itself. Focus on the problem. Technology itself is always going to change. AI, the way we use AI right now is going to be different than the AI we use 10 years from now. So getting stuck on trying to use technology as the thing that you're focused on, it can get you so far, but you're going to run into limits. If you're focused on the problem itself, it doesn't make a difference how the technology changes or what new technology comes on board. You're going to adapt because solving that problem is the thing that you're focused on, and you're going to continue to move towards that regardless of how markets change or any of that other kind of stuff. So I say, to answer your question, like would be the biggest thing is don't focus so much on the technology. Just use whatever is available to you.
Interesting. And then I will ask you this as well. How do we create a culture of like curiosity, creativity? I mean, we had that on the last panel as well. and responsible innovation when it comes to the next generation. Like, how do we create that like curiosity and creativity, like the culture, so to speak?
That's a great question. Mentorship, apprenticeship, like that is, I think, creating a culture first of that. And it's not like we don't have that in our culture, but it's not apprenticeship is not one of the pathways that we usually promote when it comes to excellence, right? It's usually it's go to school, you do your K through 12, then you go to higher education, etc. And then maybe if you're lucky, you could find a job. Where apprenticeship is a completely different pathway. You're actually working with somebody of a mastery or expert level already, like a professor or something like that. But your training is on the job training. You're learning as you're going. So you're making all these mistakes in real use cases. So I think that's going to be the biggest thing, is creating a culture around that and leading by example. If more people in positions of authority say, okay, you know what, I'm not afraid of this technology. I'm going to adopt it and use it to better my life, better my business. And then our kids growing up are going to see that. They're going to be like, okay, well, here's somebody that, that did what I want to do, and here's how they did it. Because that's all, success leaves clues. And if we look for those clues and we follow it, then we can achieve success ourselves.
No, I do agree with you on that, Wish. And education is very important, right? I think no matter what your age is, or what your industry you're in, or what tech you even do, right? Education is fundamental to keep growing, to become more versatile and all these different technologies. And also think about it, right? We're in the age now where AI, VR, XR, blockchain, etc. Like, you have to be versatile in all these different technologies, and be able to be versatile when it comes to your job as well, right? So I guess my next question for you, when it comes to XR in particular, and I'll finish on this question because we have to round this chat up, which is, what are the most promising applications of XR in disrupting youth education and training when it comes to the learning side of things?
Oh man, I could speak at so much great length on this one, but I'll make it short. I think, well, XR, what's amazing about XR is that it merges the digital and analog, right? So now we have access. Now we're bringing this unlimited space that is the digital realm, right? Because there's literally unlimited amount that you can do and what is possible within that digital realm. It's ones and zeros, and as long as you know how to configure it, you can do it. Versus the analog world, which is finite resources and etc. So now we're bringing this space of unlimited capacity into a space of limited capacity, and I think that's going to completely change the way we engage with our environments. It's going to make education and information far more accessible. Like, we can learn all on the go. Well, the way we look at schools, it's going to completely change. It's no longer going to be, one teacher per 20 students, and then when the teacher tries to ask a question, one student is the one that gets the glory of being the smart kid, right? Because they're the one that gets to answer that question. In an XR situation, one teacher can teach 1,000 students, but that student gets the impression that they're the only student working with that student. Or if the teacher says, okay, what's the answer to this question? They raise their hand, they get picked, because in an XR situation or XR environment, that's how it unfolds. Like, they get picked, they get a chance to answer. So every single kid gets a chance to answer. So I think it's going to increase our rate of accelerate our the way we educate kids and ourselves. Okay. It's going to make our environments, and it's going to connect us a lot more. So when I'm out and about, walking down the street, instead of having to be in my phone, which takes me away from the world around me.
That's true.
Now I could be talking to my mom, have, like notifications coming up on the side while I'm walking down the street, smiling at the guy I'm walking past at the same exact time, because now these worlds are blended together. So full support.
No, I will speak upon the mobile standpoint. I get the train to and from London, and when I'm staring at my phone and I've been on there for like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and then I finally get on the train, I look up and I'm like, whoa, like, it's like blurry, not literally blurry vision, but it's like you're in a whole other world.
Yeah.
After you get off the train and you've been looking at your phone for God knows how long. So I can contest on that experience. And on that note, Wish, we're going to have to round things up. So thank you so much for joining us. And it's been a fantastic day 4 for GatherVerse Youth Summit. And we had so much interesting discussions there in guiding the youth from the era of AI, XR, and blockchain. And everyone, make sure you go and follow Wish on LinkedIn, connect with him. And on that note, I'm going to hand it back over to Christopher, who will be finishing things off. So on that note, see you later, and I'll see you back tomorrow for day 5 for GatherVerse Youth Summit. But on that note, goodbye, and hand over to Christopher.
I'm Bernice of Loma Creative Services, where we help organizations embrace technology, including virtual reality. I'm passionate about the metaverse, AI, and how we can use these tools for innovation. This leads me into the topic today about the metaverse and beyond, how youth can shape the future of virtual reality. I'm so excited about this opportunity right here with the GatherVerse. The metaverse is not just a trend, it's a new frontier, and youth like you are at the frontier of shaping it. What is the metaverse? The metaverse is a digital universe of interconnected virtual spaces. It's powered by VR, AR, AI, and blockchain that is revolutionizing how we learn, connect, and build. You know, youth are the digital pioneers. Young people are not just users of technology, we are the creators, the innovators, and the visionaries. Youth led innovations are gaming, virtual classrooms, social impact projects, and digital entrepreneurship. Young creators are already designing virtual worlds, leading digital businesses, and hosting events and platforms like Horizon Worlds, Spatial, VR Chat, just to name a few. The power of VR for learning and connection is extremely powerful. You see, for education, VR makes learning immersive. Students can take virtual field trips, practice surgery, or explore history in 3D. Youth are networking, collaborating, and even landing jobs in the metaverse. Now, how youth can lead in the metaverse is become creators, not just consumers. Learning VR development, 3D design, AI, and blockchain. You see, you don't have to wait for the future. It's here now. And you are the ones that are here that will shape it. I would suggest collaborating and innovating together. Explore, create, and lead in the metaverse.
If we just stop for a moment in just a second, just to consider the magnitude of what it is that we just heard today, just today, day 4, GatherVerse Youth Summit 2025, week 2. Just today, what we were just privy to hear from a bevy of different experts that come to us quite literally from around the world. You've heard talks and conversations of trust and safety and ethics. You heard expressions of well-being and wellness and mental wellness. You heard expressions on how youth are spending their time and how they collaborate and design in the future. We're all, each of us professionals, moving so fast, and we barely have time for our own selves, let alone for the generations to arrive. But if we stop just for a moment to say, my goodness, am I moving so fast that I'm about to leave the ones who come after us behind? No child should ever be left behind. With GatherVerse, we passionately do this work freely to create the global cloud consensus, a hive mind, if you will, of expression. But it was never meant just to sit here and express behind our screens and cameras. The idea was for you to take what it is that you've come to hear and understand in these venues, in these events, these global summits, and to do something about it. Because if not you, then who? These conversations that we hold are some of the most cutting edge, whether you can appreciate that or not. We don't couch ourselves in gizmos and gadgets and devices. I'm a huge fan of innovation in hardware and technology to the core. But I'm an even better fan of sustainability. We may find ourselves sooner rather than later innovating for an audience that's no longer adopting and subscribing and listening because they can't afford it, they can't afford to purchase, and they can't afford to build it. And if we as human beings can't afford to purchase and to build it, then the machines will make themselves available to be able to build and innovate things that we no longer have the resources to do such. You know, we talk so much about frontier intelligence and talk about the global impact of these devices on humanity. But I still see poverty all throughout this world. I still see hurt and hate and violence and war. How much progress have we truly made? And are we as far along as we profess ourselves to be? Or are those just marketing merchant men and women selling us an idea that's not grounded in reality? I enjoy an Apple product as much as the next person. But the reality is, not everybody's life is the same. Not everyone's circumstances is the same ecologically. And moreover, many people want the opportunity to build, and they don't even have electricity in their homes to do such. If we just take a time, folks, just take a moment to innovate for sustainability, we'll be far better off in this world of innovation. Your success does not have to be predicated on $1 billion becoming a unicorn. I don't believe that $1 billion can truly build a successful metaverse, but I believe that 1 billion hearts can. And for me, and to me, that makes all the difference. We come to greet you tomorrow at GatherVerse New Summit 2025, Day 5, our final day. Week 2, our final week. If tomorrow were the last day that we ever have for GatherVerse again, I wonder what it is that people would express and share. And my only desire is that when they do express and that they share from their hearts. And I hope that you would share these experiences and let them know that a group of people came together, a small group, for a moment etched in time to do just a little bit better to sustain this project, this experiment, this operation that we find ourselves in. And that our gather was well. Thank you.
he's satisfied is when he's on a drug. Oh, mothers, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well, I got one foot on the platform, the other foot on the trail. Going back to New Orleans to wear that ball and chain. Well, there is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy, and God